Chapter 13:22. Su Yu hid this doubt in his heart and watched the auction casually. To be honest, apart from the blue sea divine crystal, nothing else piqued Su Yu's interest. He came here today to try his luck in finding supplementary materials for the Cosmos sword formation and to see how much the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor was worth. Haha, I will be in charge of the auction today. According to tradition, the first item will be a little special, Master Lin said. It is not a treasure, nor is it a cultivation elixir, but a person. The people below the stage were expressionless and uninterested. They had seen many people auction their enemies, and all of them were precious races. Master Lin took in everyone's expressions and said, "What is special about him is that he comes from another god realm." Swish, swish. Instantly, pairs of sharp eyes intertwined in the hall. Countless deities were shocked. Another god realm? Does it mean the world on the other side of the endless abyss? Millions of years ago, the 4 royal sacred sects had joined forces to explore the endless abyss. Although they had been attacked by ES God, causing them to be completely wiped out, they had discovered one thing. The missing divine territory was very likely at the other end of the endless abyss. All of a sudden, everyone was excited and expectant. Su Yu, who was not interested at first, suddenly leaned forward, his eyes shining. "Except for me, are they all alive? Who is the one being auctioned?" Haha, I guess you all want to know about the situation on the other side of the endless abyss, right? Master Lin smiled and clapped his hands. A young girl held a glass bottle the size of a fist. A small soul was imprisoned in the bottle, which kept hitting the glass bottle but could not come out no matter how hard it tried. Su Yu stared at the soul, his eyes slightly cold. "How lucky you are. You are still alive." The soul was none other than the book deity, whose body had been shattered by Su Yu at the heaven pool and was about to die. Unexpectedly, he was still alive after being sucked into the lost god realm. "Sir, are you interested in him?" Meng Luo asked curiously. Su Yu nodded. "Yes, I will bid for him at all costs. No matter what, I must get him." Meng Luo did not doubt him and smiled. "I am also very curious about the legendary world on the other side." Suddenly, Su Yu realized that the book deity had been captured by the Tianyu auction house for so long that his memory must have been searched. In that case, did the Tianyu auction house obtain my memories? Thinking about the supreme black card in his hands, Su Yu could not help but worry. Staring at the book deity, Su Yu's eyes were full of murderous intent. But this time it was time to end it. According to our auction house's appraisal, he is indeed from the foreign god domain. Moreover, his memories contain a great deal of knowledge. Our Tianyu auction house's abilities in the field of souls are limited, and we have only managed to dig out a portion of his memories. We can guarantee that there are still a large portion of his memories that have not been dug out. This meant that he was still of great value. If he could dig out more memories and sell them, he would be able to make an unimaginable fortune. In the guest tower, Bai Yunfei's eyes gleamed. Haha, if I hand him over to Commander Shangguan, there will be endless benefits. He's always been extremely interested in the lost civilizations, so I'll definitely have him. Master Lin had successfully whetted everyone's appetite. He said in a cadence, "Now, pick up your bidding paddle and start bidding. The starting bid is 200,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 50,000 gold coins. The highest bidder wins. 200,000? Many experts who were interested shook their heads regretfully. 200,000 gold coins was a great fortune for deities. Although they were curious about the foreign god domain, there was no need to pay such a huge price for it. However, there were many people who were interested and had the financial resources. 250,000, 300,000, 350,000. The crowd was very enthusiastic, and the shouts of bidding didn't stop for a long time. After a cup of tea's time, the shouts gradually died down. By then, the price had reached 1 million gold coins. Except for a few people who were rich, Most people chose to give up. The divine blood was even bigger, so it was not a good time to spend all the gold coins. Bai Yunfei was determined to win. He said leisurely, 105, 110. The one who was bidding was the eldest son of the commander of the Imperial Guards under Grand Tutor Yuan. He looked at Bai Yunfei provocatively. Bai Yunfei chuckled and responded with a higher bid. Soon the price was raised to 5 million gold coins. Seeing that it was a competition between two great forces, the other participants all withdrew, leaving only the two of them. Bai Yunfei frowned slightly. 5 million gold coins to buy a person was really not a good deal. However, in order not to lose, Bai Yunfei gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the eldest son on the other side chose to give up after bidding for a while, because there was a more important auction later. I give up. Bai Yunfei relaxed his brows and let out a sigh of relief. If this went on, he might not be able to hold on. Master Lin was relieved. The price was higher than expected. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million thrice, 55 million. A steady and powerful voice came from the black secret room, floating in the void at the top. The audience was in an uproar. The supreme client has made his move. It's the third secret room. Who could it be? Bai Yunfei's face fell. That voice belonged to Suyu. 6 million. Bai Yunfei gritted his teeth and said. Unexpectedly, Suyu added without hesitation, 1,650,000. 170. Bai Yunfei refused to admit defeat. After thinking for a while, he continued to bid. 175. Suyu was calm and composed, as if he was going to bid until the end. Bai Yunfei was secretly annoyed. He looked at the secret room where Suyu was and yelled, Su, do you really want to compete with me? Suyu did not answer but said, Master Lin, is it allowed to threaten competitors in the Tianyu auction house? Master Lin smiled in Suyu's direction and looked at Bai Yunfei with indifference. Warning once, do not interfere with the auction. Hearing this, the other guests were also displeased. TSK, you think you can strut around just because you're the son of the finance minister? Too bad this is the Tianyu auction house. Yeah, get lost if you can't afford it. Don't embarrass yourself here. Bai Yunfei was furious. He clenched his fists and sat down angrily. Master Lin said 75 million once, 75 million twice, 75 million thrice. Sold. Suyu stared at the clueless book deity in the glass bottle. His eyes filled with coldness. Haha, the auction continues. Next is the second auction item, a 2,000-year-old blood coral. Although the next few auction items were good, they were not as eye-catching as the first one. Suyu had no interest in them. In the middle of the auction, Master Lin said with a smile, the 9th auction item, I believe everyone here will be interested in it. Behind the curtain, 3 burly men of the early stage deity level walked out, laboriously carrying a huge black cannon, which looked extremely heavy. Suyu's eyes lit up when he saw it. The audience below the stage was also excited. They exclaimed, Is this the annihilation cannon from the sacred sky warship? Master Lin nodded with a smile. Yes, it is the annihilation cannon, but it is a miniaturized version with only 1/10 of the power of the original. Upon a closer look, the surface of the annihilation cannon was full of cracks and signs of decay. This annihilation cannon was found in a ruin. It was seriously damaged and can only be used once. Each time it is used, it needs to be instilled with divine blood. According to our estimation, its power should be greater than that of a tribe leader. In other words, it can kill a tribe leader with one shot. Hearing that, the audience below the stage was excited. You should know that there are few ancient civilizations that have survived. This annihilation cannon is even more rare. The starting price is 500,000 gold coins. If you are interested, you can bid for it. I promise that if you can use it, it will be worth it. the Shwe Nation of the North Territory, the Shiman Palace of the West Territory, and the East Emperor Palace of the East Territory all chose to bid. In a short while, the price soared to 2 million gold coins. Bai Yunfei wanted to bid for it, but when he saw the rising gold coins, he gave up immediately. He said to himself, "The Shwe Nation, the Shiman Palace, and the East Emperor Palace are all extremely rich. Although I am not short of money, I don't need to spend gold coins on this." The price continued to rise. Many forces gave up with a wry smile. Only the 3 representatives of the 3 regions were still competing. Soon, the price soared all the way to 5 million gold coins. The faces of the representatives of the Shwe Nation in the Northern Territory gradually grew solemn. Several deity-level elders cast inquiring looks at a white-haired young man who was resting with his eyes closed. This young man was at the later stage of prospective deity. His aura was quite strong. His face was cold and handsome. Feeling the questioning looks, he opened his eyes slowly and stood up. Then he cupped his fists at the representatives of the West Territory and the East Territory respectively. Then he said in a magnetic and charming voice, "Shiman Ingwu, Donghuanging, give me this item for Qingqin's sake. In the following auctions, I will not compete with you except for the divine blood. What do you think?" The representatives of the West Territory and the East Territory were silent for a while. Then a pretty young girl and a calm and cold girl replied that they had given up. This was a blatant disruption of the auction. Master Lin frowned. However, he pretended that nothing had happened. The 3 regions were extremely powerful. The alliance of tribes in the South Territory couldn't be compared with them. 5 million gold coins once. 5 million gold coins twice. 1 million gold coins. So you said it this time. People below the stage looked at him. How dare he compete with the Shwe Nation of the North Territory? When they found the voice came from the Supreme Secret Room, they were relieved. No wonder he dared to compete with Shwe Qingqin. Shwe Qingqin frowned slightly and said, "I am Shwe Qingqin. Please give me some face." His tone was filled with unfriendliness and condescension. With his identity, apart from the imperial sacred sect, he really didn't care about anyone else. "Do I know you?" Su Yu asked calmly. Chapter 13:23. I'm sorry, I don't know him. Since I don't know him, why should I give him face? If you want to bid, you should bid with money. Your face is worthless in my eyes. Shwe Qingqin's eyes became cold. Is there anyone in the imperial sacred faction who doesn't respect the Shwe Nation of the North Territory? After thinking for a while, Shwe Qingqin sat down expressionlessly and gave up bidding. Then he looked at the Supreme Chamber out of the corner of his eyes and said to the old men around him in a low voice, "Find out who he is after the auction is over. I want to know who he is." The auction hall became quiet and no one else made a bid. Master Lin said with a smile after knocking the hammer 3 times, "Congratulations, this supreme guest! You have won another supreme treasure at the price of 5 million. Now, this annihilation cannon is yours." After a short period of excitement, the auction entered a low period. The items being auctioned were not the best, but they were not bad either. When the auction came to an end, Master Lin said with a smile, "As usual, the last 3 items will be auctioned. All of them are the most precious items in this auction." Hearing that, the people in the auction hall became excited. This is the Blue Sea Divine Crystal, a top-notch divine stone which is known as the King of Crystallization. The auction hall was in an uproar. Wow, I didn't expect to see such a divine stone in my lifetime. It's said that this stone is a necessary material for refining Emperor-based Saint artifacts. Only this stone can solidify the Emperor-based Saint artifacts. Exactly. The refining of Emperor-based Saint artifacts is always obstructed by the Great Path rules. Especially at the last moment, the Great Path rules will stop the refining process. The Blue Sea Divine Crystal can slightly resist the Great Path rules, which can increase the success rate of the refining process. It's a priceless treasure. However, it was strange that only a few people were willing to bid for the blue sea divine crystal. They didn't need it at all. The refining of an Emperor Basane artifact could only be done by the divine warriors of this world because the great path rules would resonate during the refining process. Only the divine warriors of this world could do that. Master Lin, who was not surprised by the awkward silence, said with emotion, "When the 9 divine warriors were still alive, the blue sea divine crystal was the most precious treasure in the world. Now it's in decline. Fine. The starting price is 300,000 gold coins, and each bid must be at least 100,000 gold coins. 400,000 gold coins." Suddenly, Su Yu's firm voice could be heard from the Supreme Chamber. That mysterious Supreme Martial Artist client needs this item? Some people who were slightly interested changed their minds and gave up on bidding. There was no need to offend a supreme client for a useless crystal. As such, no one competed with Suyu. Master Lin shouted twice in a row. Just as he was about to make the final decision, a leisurely voice came from somewhere. 500,000! It was by Yunfei. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked in Suyu's direction. 1 million. The reply was a direct increase of 500,000 gold coins. 1 million. Bai Yunfei stammered. Before he could finish his words, Su Yu's indifferent voice echoed from the secret room. 2 million. Hiss. 2 million. This price was too savage. Can Bai Yunfei handle it? This person is quite overbearing. I don't think Bai Yunfei will be able to handle him. Bai Yunfei wants to raise the price and embarrass that sovereign customer, but in the end he's riding a tiger with no way to back down. What if he says 1 million and the other party doesn't follow? Won't he suffer a big loss then? Bai Yunfei hesitated. It would be shameful to give up in front of so many people. He could only bite the bullet and say, 3 million. Su Yu increased the price without hesitation. Hearing that, Bai Yunfei heaved a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes. It seemed that Su Yu was determined to get this item. Since that was the case, he would let Su Yu bleed a lot. 4 million gold coins for a piece of blue sea divine crystal? Haha, would people think he was a fool? 1 million. For million. Su Yu followed up without hesitation. Bai Yunfei sneered secretly. Since that was the case, he raised the price a little more and said in high spirits, I bid for 1 million. The whole place was silent. Su Yu's voice, which he expected, did not immediately follow up with 5 million. Bai Yunfei was stunned, but Su Yu still did not speak. As the silence grew longer, Bai Yunfei felt more and more uneasy. He said, Brother Su, why did you stop bidding? Finally, Su Yu's reply came from the secret room. I didn't expect Brother Bai to be so interested in the blue sea divine crystal. You are willing to buy it for 4 million gold coins. I will give it to Brother Bai. I will give it up for the auction, Su Yu said. Bai Yunfei felt like he was struck by lightning. He said hurriedly, Wait, Brother Su, I don't want it, Su Yu asked curiously. If you don't want it, why are you so eager to bid? Cold sweat appeared on Bai Yunfei's forehead. 4 million gold coins for a piece of blue sea divine crystal that was worth less than 400,000 gold coins. How could he explain to his father when he returned? Moreover, he would not have enough gold coins to buy the divine blood at the end. Brother Su, please continue bidding. I will stop bidding, Bai Yunfei said politely. He hated Su Yu to the core. Unexpectedly, Su Yu laughed mockingly. Do you think I am an idiot? 5 million gold coins for a piece of blue sea divine crystal? Brother Bai, if you like to bid, why don't you bid with yourself? Master Lin, there is no more competition. You can announce the ownership of the crystal. All of a sudden, the whole place burst into laughter. It's so funny. He failed to turn the supreme customer into a fool, but he took over the crystal himself. That's 4 million gold coins. The finance minister's family only earns tens of millions of gold coins a year, and half of it was squandered by this wastrel. This is what you call a self-inflicted sin. Who asked him to be so obnoxious? If he had increased the price to 3 million, the supreme customer might have tolerated it and insisted on increasing the price. In the end, he cheated himself. Mr. Bai is a celebrity now. He cheated himself of 4 million gold coins. This is big news. Bai Yunfei's face was flushed. He had been humiliated again and again today. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Su Yu. He hated Su Yu to the core. Master Lin smiled. Congratulations, Mr. Bai. 4 million gold coins for a piece of blue sea divine crystal. The farce was over. Master Lin said with a deep smile, "The next auction item is the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor that everyone has been looking forward to." He took out a jade bottle with an excited look on his face. "I guarantee on the honor of the Tianyu auction house that this is a drop of pure divine blood, absolutely flawless. Now, almost all the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor have died. This should be one of the last drops of divine blood in this world. It will be extremely difficult to get it again in the future." Master Lin said, "If you want to get the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor, this might be your last chance." The representatives of the 3 regions and the forces of the imperial city were all excited. They had traveled thousands of miles for this item. The starting price is 5 million gold coins. Each increment must be no less than 500,000 gold coins. The bidding starts now. 5 million. Xue Qingqin said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed he was determined to get this item. Shimin Yingguo, the representative of the West regions, said without hesitation, 6 million. Xue Qingqin, I can't give this item to you. 5 million. The East Emperor Palace must get this item. Dong Huang said in a low voice, 7 million. 5 million. Su Yu closed his eyes slowly. No matter how fierce the competition was, he didn't participate in it anymore. Half an hour later, the bidding slowed down. Now, only the representatives of the 3 regions were still competing for the item. The price was raised to 70 million gold coins. Even Master Lin was overjoyed at such a heaven-defying price. If this place was not the Tianyu auction house, the 3 of them would have started to fight each other. Just at this moment, a calm and powerful voice came from the supreme martial artist's room beside Su Yu. 100 million. The audience was in an uproar. 100 million? This drop of divine blood has broken the record for the auction of blood items. The man who just spoke is the first general. Shangguan Feiyu, right? The representatives of the 3 regions were speechless. 100 million gold coins were beyond their price range. Moreover, it seemed he was willing to pay another 100 million gold coins. The 3 of them looked at each other reluctantly and didn't say anything. Master Lin said excitedly with a smile, "The divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor is sold for 100 million gold coins." Su Yu was surprised. The last drop of divine blood had been obtained by Shangguan Feiyu. According to the agreement, Su Yu would give him 2 drops of divine blood. Was it necessary for him to bid for 1 more drop at such a high price? Why did he want so much divine blood? Next is the last item. It is a bit special, so it was put last. Master Lin's words interrupted Su Yu's thoughts. "Special item?" Master Lin said, "This auction item is an escort mission. Escort a person to the lost nation at the southernmost tip of the God Realm. And you can ask for anything from the mission initiator." Master Lin took a deep breath. "Even an Emperor-based Saint artifact will do." Hearing this, the people below the stage were surprised. The lost nation? Isn't that the end of the God Realm? Yes, it takes 2 to 3 years to cross the entire God Realm and go through countless mountains and rivers, not to mention the countless dangers along the way. What's more dangerous is that the lost nation itself is an extremely dangerous place. Few people can come back alive after entering it. Soon, someone asked, Master Lin, Emperor-based saint artifacts are also ranked. No one would be willing to escort a person to such a dangerous place for any Emperor-based saint artifact, right? Master Lin said calmly, it's not just any Emperor-based saint artifact. It's any one of the top 50 to 40. Hearing this, the representatives of the 3 regions and the strong men of the imperial city were all shocked. An Emperor-based saint artifact ranked in the 40s? Is this possible? Wait, you mean one of the top 40 to 50 can be chosen at will? Does that mean he has no less than 10 of such Emperor-based saint artifacts? Who is it? Who could have so many Emperor-based saint artifacts? Master Lin said calmly, in the Empire of Darkness, of course, there is only one person. The audience gradually quietened down because they all knew who this person was. Chapter 1324. The hall fell into a dead silence. How could it be him? He is the king of a nation. Why does he need to issue a task at the auction? Why does he need to be an escort? Most of the powerful cultivators in the dynasty were under the control of the dynasty. All of the daughters of the royal family were dragons and phoenixes among men. Why would Yongyejiang ask an outsider to escort them? In the supreme secret room, Shangguan Feiyu was also lost in his thoughts. Seeing the awkward silence, Master Lin said, I don't need to explain the credibility of this task. The king of the Yongye kingdom promised this task in person, so it can't be fake. Finally, some people who were blinded by the Emperor-based saint artifacts were about to make a move. Master Lin, what are the requirements of this task in terms of cultivation, strength, divine path, etc.? An experienced deity asked. An expensive escort task couldn't be simple. Master Lin said with a smile, there are no requirements in these aspects. The only requirement is that the person being escorted must be satisfied with this task. She will choose the person who will accept this task in person. Now, according to the bidding price, the top 10 candidates will be qualified to be tested. Among these 10 candidates, the person who will be escorted will be selected. Master Lin said, the starting price of this task is 100,000 gold coins. Each increment must be at least 100,000 gold coins. Xue Qingchen said with a faint smile, I want to be one of the candidates. 1,000,000 gold coins. 1,100,000. West Wind Shadow Dance said with a smile. The East Emperor Palace wants a candidate. 1,200,000 gold coins. Dong Huanging said as she opened her sharp eyes. The representatives of the 3 territories spent millions of gold coins to get 3 candidates, which made the competition even more intense. The wealthy elites in the imperial city started to bid for the item. Soon, the price of the item reached 1,000,000 gold coins. Obviously, the Emperor-based saint artifacts were extremely tempting to them. In the supreme secret room, Suyu frowned. He was tempted by the Emperor-based saint artifacts, ranked between 40th and 50th. However, there were many strange things about this mission. After a pause, Suyu asked Meng Luo, which Emperor-based saint artifacts ranked between 40th and 50th. Meng Luo immediately took out a list from her storage ring. It was a list called the Immemorial Divine Weapon List. When Suyu looked at it, he found it familiar. It seemed like he had heard about it a long time ago. There was a list in the world that ranked all the Emperor-based saint artifacts and fairy artifacts. It was called the Ancient Divine Weapon List. When he first saw it, Suyu opened it out of curiosity. However, he found that the list was incomplete. The first 4 ranks had been destroyed, and the records were incomplete. The highest-ranked Emperor-based saint artifact was the World Annihilation Plate of the World Annihilation Emperor. This is an incomplete list from the Great Calamity era. A part of it has been destroyed. No one knows what the Emperor-based saint weapons are, Meng Luo said helplessly. Even in the era of the God domain, Emperor Saint artifacts were extremely rare, and ordinary living beings couldn't even see one. The top 4 Emperor-based Saint weapons were still a mystery to this day, and no one knew about them. It was said that when the list was first created, it was already incomplete. Apart from that, there were also some Emperor-based Saint artifacts whose names were blurred, damaged, or incomplete. Su Yu was curious. If that was the case, who created the ranking list? He should know all the Emperor-based Saint weapons, right? However, no one knew why it had been destroyed. Su Yu glanced at the ranks from 40th to 50th quickly. This part was complete and recorded in detail. At a casual glance, he found all the Emperor-based Saint artifacts were offensive. No wonder they were so enthusiastic about them. Especially the Emperor-based Saint artifact, ranked 40th, the Southern Pole Divine Light, which was extremely powerful. The divine light it emitted could kill all living beings. Even a tribe leader couldn't resist it. With this item, it would be a piece of cake to destroy a tribe. Su Yu was also quite interested in this item. However, when he glanced at the Emperor-based Saint artifact, ranked 45th, his eyes froze slightly. The Great Desolation Furnace? Su Yu murmured softly. Seeing that Su Yu had found something he was interested in, Meng Luo explained, "We don't know where the Great Desolation Furnace came from. However, it is the most powerful refining treasure among the Emperor-based Saint artifacts. It can refine all kinds of treasures by itself. The lowest grade is a fairy artifact, and the highest grade is an imitation Emperor-based Saint artifact. If the divine warriors of the world get it, they can easily refine Emperor-based Saint artifacts with the power of law." Hearing that, Su Yu was tempted. His attainments in equipment refining couldn't be considered profound. At most, he could refine fairy artifacts. Although his attainments were much higher than ordinary people's, he was still not good enough for a real equipment forging master. However, the Great Desolation Furnace could refine an imitation Emperor-based Saint artifact by itself. It was a nature-defying item among the Emperor-based Saint artifacts, which was exactly what Su Yu needed. In the future, he would refine the main body of the Cosmos Sword Formation with a 10,000-year-old Heavenly Orchid silver bamboo. Without a trustworthy equipment forging master, it would be a hidden danger. The 10,000-year-old divine would alone could cause all kinds of unpredictable dangers. There was a high chance that before the sword body was formed, it would be fought over by many experts. Therefore, the Great Desolation Furnace was even more important to Su Yu than the Southern Pole Divine Light. After thinking for a while, Su Yu made up his mind decisively. 2 million. I also want a place. The people in the auction hall were all stunned by Su Yu's generosity. As the sound of the auction died down gradually, the top 10 items with the highest bids were announced. After confirming that no one wanted to continue, Master Lin was relieved. The first one was Su Yu, who had bid 2 million. Then Xue Qingqin, Shimin Yingguo, Dong Huangying, and the others were ranked next. It was worth mentioning that among the 4 people, only Bai Yunfei managed to make it into the top 10. The other 3 people didn't make it into the top 10. Apparently, they were not as wealthy as Bai Yunfei. Candidates, please follow me after handing over your items for the auction. Su Yu had won 100 million gold coins from the Divine Blood. After deducting the money for the book Deity and the Annihilation Canon, he still had 100 million gold coins left. When the auction was over, the mysterious supreme martial artist, Su Yu, became the focus of discussion after the auction. In fact, in terms of wealth, Su Yu was no match for Shangguan Feiyu, who could easily spend $100 million. However, Su Yu didn't show respect to Xue Qingqin, the prince of the Xue nation in the North Territory. If Xue Qingqin asked Shangguan Feiyu to show respect to him, Shangguan Feiyu would also show respect to him. Su Yu was the only one who didn't show respect to the Xue nation in the North Territory. Many people were curious about the identity of this new supreme martial artist. Unfortunately, the Tianyu auction house's secret system prevented them from finding anything. The old man, sent by Xue Qingqin, also failed to find anything. Let's go through the test first. This person is also on the list. His identity will be exposed. I must find out who is so daring. Xue Qingqin said coldly. In the backyard of the Tianyu auction house, 10 people were standing there. There were young elites, middle-aged men, and old men. Xue Qingqin, who was the leader of the 3 territories, was a powerful prospective deity at the late stage. It was said that they were less than 30 years old. If they were in the Star River God realm, they would be outstanding geniuses. The rest of the middle-aged and old men were all at the deity realm. One of them looked old and was emitting the aura of death. He was about to die, and he was as powerful as a tribe leader. After leading them to the backyard, Master Lin said, "The one being escorted doesn't want to show up now. However, she will pay close attention to the whole test process. She will decide who is the most suitable candidate." An arrogant young man said with a laugh, "What kind of test is it? Does it include the appearance of the person?" Master Lin replied with a smile, "That's possible. The one being escorted is very picky about the appearance of the person she escorts." Ah! The young man stopped laughing abruptly and sat up straight. The rest of the people also became serious and didn't dare to act recklessly. "Su, you didn't care about the appearance of the person being escorted. If the appearance of the person was the most important factor, why would these middle-aged and old men be escorted here?" Su Yu's indifferent expression made him stand out. The first test. Master Lin said mysteriously. Xue Qingqin said proudly, "Strength should be the most important factor in such an important task. Recitation." Everyone was stunned. Even Su Yu was surprised. However, Master Lin didn't care about their surprise. He took out a book and threw it in front of the 10 people. "Now, you have 10 breaths to recite the whole book. If you can't recite the whole book, you will be eliminated directly." Recitation. The rest of the people couldn't believe it. Why does an escort task require recitation? However, the pages of the book had started to turn rapidly. Every page flashed by quickly, which was overwhelming for the 10 people. Within 10 breaths, they had to concentrate all their attention. Otherwise, they would surely miss something. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big problem for them. At the 5th breath, all of them looked calm as they memorized every page of the book in an orderly manner. However, at this moment, a tyrannical wave of divine power suddenly swept over. They were shocked and immediately reacted. Their reaction distracted some of them and caused them to miss 1 or 2 pages of the book. After the test, Master Lin said, "Those who can recite the whole book, please stand on my left side. Those who can't, please stand on my right side." A middle-aged woman said angrily, "Master Lin, this is not fair. I was disturbed by the wave of divine strength just now. Otherwise, I would be able to recite the whole book." Exactly. During the test, if an external force interferes with the test, it will be regarded as invalid, and we will have to start again. The arrogant young man said. Master Lin said with a smile, "Do you really think it's just a recitation?" In other words, the interference of the divine strength was part of the test. The test is about your concentration. I'm sorry to find that you are not qualified to be escorted. The gold coins you paid for the auction will be fully returned to you. The arrogant young man and the middle-aged woman were both speechless and regretful. The test is still in progress. For the sake of confidentiality, you can't leave for now. Please stand on my right side and watch. The remaining 8 people were tested one by one, and all of them finished reciting the book. The second test. This should be a test of combat experience, right? Hide and seek. This test was like a child's play, which made everyone feel embarrassed. Master Lin's face stiffened. He said, "You have 10 breaths to hide in the Tianyu auction house, and I will come to catch you as a ghost. Anyone who is found by me within the time limit of 1 incense stick will be eliminated." Now let's begin. Although everyone felt uncomfortable, they could only play the game of hide and seek and ran away one after another. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Then he disappeared on the spot. Then, even his aura disappeared without a trace. After 10 breaths, Master Lin's face turned red. Ahem, I'm here to catch you. His eyes were sharp, and the aura of a deity that he had been hiding was finally exposed. His strength was no weaker than that of a tribe leader. This old guy hid his strength well. However, everyone was good at hiding, so no one was caught in a short time. Seeing the time was about to pass, Master Lin said with a smile, "Good, if you can survive the next search, you will be really good." Sizzle, sizzle. His eyes started to emit white smoke, and then they started to burn with purple-red flames. Everything in the world started to change under the reflection of the fiery eyes. 7 hidden figures were faintly visible. The deeper they hid, the more blurred they became. One of them was the clearest, and it was Bai Yunfei. Master Lin laughed and dashed to where Bai Yunfei was. Then he hit Bai Yunfei with his palm. Bai Yunfei was shocked and ran away in a panic. When he passed by the place where Su Yu was standing, he bumped into something and fell down again. "What is that?" Bai Yunfei was shocked and angry. There was nothing in front of him. Bai Yunfei eliminated. Just at this moment, Master Lin announced, indifferently as a palm landed on his body. Bai Yunfei retreated to one side to watch the battle unwillingly. Master Lin, who had fiery eyes, started to chase them crazily. The 6 figures dodged quickly. 2 people who were not good at hiding themselves were also caught. When the time for 1 incense stick to burn was up, Master Lin announced the result. 3 people had been eliminated. Among them, the old man who was a tribe leader and Su Yu, who were the representatives of 3 regions, passed the second test successfully. The second test is over. You can show yourselves now. Xue Qingchen and the old man showed up. Master Lin nodded slightly. With his fiery eyes, he could roughly see where they were. Su Yu was the only one who showed up. Master Lin was a bit surprised because he didn't see Su Yu's reflection at all. The place where Su Yu showed up was the place where Su Yu was standing at the beginning of the test. He didn't move at all. Bai Yunfei's eyes were full of anger when he saw Su Yu. "Su Yu, it's you." No wonder he was knocked away. It was Su Yu who was standing there. Su Yu glanced at Bai Yunfei casually. Then he looked away as if nothing had happened. The third test, guessing puzzles. Master Lin announced another strange test. Then he waved his hand and created a light screen with his divine strength in the sky. There were 100 words on the light screen. You have to form a complete sentence with 100 words in the shortest time. Those who are the slowest will be eliminated. Master Lin said thoughtfully, "Guys, please be careful. This test might be the final one. Whether you can accept the task or not will depend on this test. According to the rules, only 1 person would be eliminated. So there were 4 people left. Would the person who was being escorted show up and choose one of the 4 people? The test starts now." Master Lin said as his eyes lit up. The people stopped thinking and stared at the 100 words. Then they started to form a complete sentence with 100 words in their minds. Theoretically speaking, 100 characters could form an endless stream of words. Xue Qingchen curled up the corners of his mouth and finished his sentence. Shimin Yinggu, Donghuanging, and the old man finished the sentence one after another. Su Yu was the only one who was frowning. He didn't reply even after the 4 people had finished their sentences. Bai Yunfei sneered, "What an idiot! You haven't formed a sentence yet." "It's so easy," Master Lin said as he looked at Su Yu with pity. "I'm sorry, you are eliminated." Chapter 1325. Bai Yunfei chuckled. "When I said you were eliminated, I meant exactly what I said, idiot. 100 characters should be enough to form an endless string of sentences. But you didn't even manage to form a single one." Su Yu looked at him and said calmly, "You are not the judge, so you don't need to say anything." Bai Yunfei said angrily, "The result is the same whether I'm the judge or not. Obviously it's different." Master Lin said with a smile, "Congratulations. You have passed the third test. His words shocked everyone on the spot. What about us? Xue Qingqian asked with a frown. Master Lin said with a regretful expression, You are all outstanding people, and I'm sure you will have more opportunities in the future. In other words, they had all failed the test. Master Lin, according to the rules, he didn't even form a complete sentence. How did he pass the test? We were the first to form a complete sentence, but we failed. Xue Qingqian said unwillingly. He didn't understand how they failed the test. Master Lin said with a smile, No, he didn't form a complete sentence. On the contrary, he formed a large number of sentences in a short time. More importantly, he managed to decipher the core information hidden in those sentences. Xue Qingqian asked, What core information? You should ask him. Master Lin said as he looked at Suyu with appreciation. Young man, tell them how many complete sentences you formed in 10 breaths and what core information you found out. Suyu said expressionlessly, I formed hundreds of complete sentences. How could it be? Xue Qingqian was shocked. Even though Suyu was the last to answer the question, he only had 3 breaths time to think. How could he form hundreds of complete sentences in 3 breaths time? Anyway, it didn't make sense. Actually, the most important sentence formed by 100 characters is the first person who sees this sentence is the person I'm looking for. This is the core meaning of the 100 characters. After hearing this, they were all stunned. Xue Qingqian's eyes lit up with disbelief. Do you mean you formed a complete sentence a long time ago? But you didn't say it because you were sure the 100 characters contained a profound meaning? Yes. Suyu nodded his head calmly. Xue Qingqian asked, How can you be sure that the white inscriptions have other meanings? Suyu said, It's very simple. The rules have already been stated. You just didn't pay attention to them. Rules. Xue Qingqian, as well as the rest of the people in this area, suddenly remembered what Master Lin had said. This was the last round of the assessment, and the winner would be chosen. Suyu said calmly, There can only be one victor. But according to the rules of this round of assessment, there would be 4 people left. This was self-contradictory. Therefore, although the white words seem to be a test of who can form a complete sentence first, it is actually a test of who can form the most important sentence first. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, but they also felt that it was reasonable. They had also thought about it. The rules of the third test were very contradictory, but because they were pressed for time, they ignored the contradiction and did not think calmly. Hee, I can't help but be impressed. The old man, who was about to die in meditation, chuckled hoarsely. In this round of the test, I had a sharp mind and did not panic in the face of danger. In the end, I am old. He looked at Suyu and sighed softly. The younger generation will surpass us in time. After saying those words, he tapped the ground with his feet and soared into the sky. The result of the test had come to an end. Bai Yunfei couldn't believe that Suyu, who he looked down upon, had gained such a great benefit and was about to get the escort mission. Master Lin, I don't think it is enough for an escort mission to focus on other qualities. Your strength should also be the most important. Bai Yunfei said as he looked at Suyu provocatively. Master Lin said as he touched his chin, Are you very confident about your strength? My strength is ordinary. However, I am much more reliable than some strange guys. Bai Yunfei said as he raised his chin proudly. Then he looked at Suyu as if he was telling everyone that he was talking about Suyu. Master Lin said as he shook his head with a smile, If you are talking about Lord Su, I suggest you be careful with your words and actions. You are not as good as him. Others didn't know this, but Master Lin knew it clearly. In the second round of assessment, Suyu's invisibility ability was quite amazing, which even Master Lin couldn't see through. If Suyu fought with Bai Yunfei in this invisibility state, Bai Yunfei would be totally defeated. He wouldn't even be able to see Suyu's shadow. Did you say I am not as good as him? Bai Yunfei said as he laughed angrily. Then his aura became more and more aggressive. If Bai Yunfei said he was not as good as Xue Qingqin and the other representatives of the three regions, he could bear it. After all, they were quite famous. However, Bai Yunfei felt insulted when he heard Su Yu's words. That's right. In terms of strength, you're far inferior. In other aspects, you're also inferior. Master Lin looked at Bai Yunfei, who was standing among the failed candidates, and smiled. His smile was like a needle stabbing into Bai Yunfei's flesh. Ha! 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 I, Bai Yunfei, am a famous young expert in the Imperial City. How could I be weaker than a lowly human? Bai Yunfei laughed arrogantly. Then he drew out his sword and pointed it at Su Yu from afar. I, Bai Yunfei, challenge you. Hearing this, the onlookers were waiting for a good show in silence. Xue Qingqin crossed his arms as he stared at Su Yu coldly. In fact, he didn't believe Su Yu, who was a stage for mortal fairy, could defeat so many later stage prospective deities. Bai Yunfei was willing to teach him a lesson. At the same time, Xue Qingqin was trying to figure out who was the most likely supreme martial artist among the 10 of them. In terms of strength and identity, the old man who had just left was most likely to be the supreme martial artist. As for the young man's voice, he guessed he had changed it to hide his identity. If it was the old man, Xue Qingqin would accept it. Then he turned to look at Su Yu along with the rest of the people. Strangely, Master Lin just smiled without saying anything. It seemed he didn't intend to stop Bai Yunfei. Anyone with dignity would accept Bai Yunfei's challenge in front of so many people. However, Su Yu said calmly, I refuse. Bai Yunfei said with a sneer, Coward, you are not qualified to refuse. Unity of man and sword. Swish! Bai Yunfei's long sword was like a dragon. Bai Yunfei, who was dressed in white and holding a white sword, looked like a ray of light which pierced through the sky. Xue Qingqin said as he nodded, This sword is extraordinary. Few later stage prospective deities are able to resist it. If no one attacks Su Yu, he will be killed. Bai Yunfei said with a hideous smile. Then he dashed toward Su Yu's vital parts with a sword light. When the sword was 3 inches away from Su Yu didn't react at all. He just watched the sword light piercing into his chest. You are so weak, Xue Qingqin said as he shook his head in disappointment. However, the next moment, Xue Qingqin's pupils contracted slightly. The onlookers were also surprised by Su Yu's performance. Su Yu extended a finger, which was as black as ink, and lightly touched the body of the sword. Instantly, an intense aura of death spread on the body of the sword. Then the spiritual sword started to tremble violently. Soon, the sword spirit in it was killed. The aura of death flew towards Bai Yunfei along the hilt of the sword and turned his hand into black ashes instantly. Bai Yunfei was shocked. Then he cut off one of his arms hurriedly. His blood gushed out as he screamed miserably. His arrogant face was replaced by a wisp of fierceness and lingering fear as he shouted furiously, Evil creature! How dare you injure me! Bang! However, a light flashed in front of Bai Yunfei. Then Su Yu, who was surrounded by strong water elements, appeared in front of Bai Yunfei instantly. Then Su Yu slapped Bai Yunfei's face and sent him flying away. Bai Yunfei's body crashed into the ruins of the mansion and was buried in the ruins. The strength of Su Yu's slap was quite shocking. Cough! Cough! Bai Yunfei didn't know what had happened. When he crawled out of the ruins, a foot fell from the sky and stepped on his face. Then Bai Yunfei was pushed back into the ruins. Bai Yunfei felt extremely humiliated. Then he shouted angrily, I will kill you! Woo! Woo! However, the next moment, Bai Yunfei's mouth was also stepped on. Bai Yunfei was extremely furious. Then he activated his divine energy sphere crazily and tried to push Su Yu's foot away. However, strangely, Su Yu's foot was extremely hard. No matter how hard Bai Yunfei tried to push Su Yu's foot couldn't move at all. Moreover, Suyu's foot was getting heavier and heavier. Bai Yunfei's skull started to make cracking sounds. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in fear. From their point of view, Su Yu had seriously injured Bai Yunfei and his sword with just one finger. Then, Su Yu slapped Bai Yunfei in the face. Then, Su Yu stepped Bai Yunfei on the ground. No matter how hard Bai Yunfei tried, he couldn't move at all. Su Yu's absolute advantage. To be precise, Bai Yunfei was crushed by Su Yu. This proved Master Lin's words that Bai Yunfei was much weaker than Su Yu. Su Yu kept pressing Bai Yunfei into the ground until he couldn't move anymore. Then he said calmly, "You are not as reliable as you thought." Su Yu walked back to Master Lin's side and asked, "Can we go and see the princess now?" Master Lin said with a smile as he stroked his beard, "The princess has been waiting for you for a long time." After saying that, he cupped his hands at the rest of the onlookers and said, "Although I'm sorry that you failed the test, you can go to the auction house to get a gift worth 100,000 gold coins as a reward." In this way, they didn't come here in vain. Xue Qingqin and the other onlookers looked at Bai Yunfei thoughtfully. Although they were unwilling to accept this result, they had nothing to say. "Your strength is not bad. You are lucky," Xue Qingqin said as he stared at Su Yu angrily. He felt this trip was quite unlucky. The most important item, the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor, was taken away by Shangguan Feiyu. Also, the Annihilation Cannon, which he had set his eyes on, was taken away by a mysterious supreme martial artist. It was a fruitless trip for him. The onlookers bid farewell to Su Yu one after another. At this time, Bai Yunfei crawled out of the ruins with great difficulty. His face was covered with blood. However, his eyes were still fierce as he said, "Xue Qingqin, Tongling can't go to the ice-sealed river bottom now. Her place has been taken away by this guy in front of him." Hearing that, Xue Qingqin stopped and looked at Su Yu. Then he turned to Bai Yunfei and said disdainfully, "The woman he loves needs me, his rival in love, to avenge her. I really feel sorry for Tongling." Xue Qingqin said calmly, "I will find another way to comfort Tongling. She is too weak to go to the ice-sealed river bottom." Bai Yunfei failed to shift the blame to Su Yu and was humiliated instead. Feeling humiliated, he hated Su Yu even more. He said ferociously, "Then you must want to know who was the one who snatched your annihilation cannon and didn't give you any face." Chapter 1326. Bai Yunfei replied with a cold smile, as if he admitted it. Xue Qingqin stared at Su Yu with a faint smile and said angrily, "I was wondering who it was. It's you." Xue Qingqin turned around and walked towards Su Yu slowly. Then he looked at Su Yu from head to toe again and said, "It's useless for you to return the annihilation cannon to me now. I, Xue Qingqin, hate being robbed by others the most." As he spoke, Su Yu, who was standing at the same spot, calmly said, "You are overthinking it. I don't plan to return the annihilation cannon to you. I will say it again, you don't have much of a face." Xue Qingqin was stunned by Su Yu's words. Then a creepy smile appeared on his face as he said, "Good, good, good. I haven't met such an arrogant person like you for a long time." Who in the Empire of Darkness dared to compete with him after knowing his identity? Su Yu didn't respect him at all. "Are you very powerful?" Su Yu asked as he looked at Xue Qingqin calmly. Xue Qingqin replied with a smile, "I'm stronger than you." "So you want to challenge me like Bai Yunfei?" Su Yu asked expressionlessly. He was quite speechless when he saw Xue Qingqin's arrogance. Xue Qingqin shook his head coldly and said with killing intent, "Challenge me? No, I will kill you." Swish! A cold and arrogant ice snow lady appeared behind Xue Qingqin. She looked at Su Yu arrogantly with a pair of cold eyes. When the divine Laksana appeared, the temperature in half of the imperial city dropped abruptly. Everyone had to admit that some divine Laksana were strong and some were weak. Some divine laksana could affect the surrounding environment. Shimin Ingwu said with a smile, "Hee, I haven't seen Xue Qingqin get so angry for a long time. Although he is quite powerful, he is not as powerful as Bai Yunfei." Dong Huanging said as she looked at Su Yu coldly. Then she shook her head slightly and said, "You are not as powerful as Bai Yunfei, but you don't know when to retreat. You are not worthy of my sympathy." Master Lin's face became serious. Then he stepped forward and stood in front of Su Yu. Then he said seriously, "Xue Qingqin, I have forgiven you once for what you did at the auction. How dare you hurt the man chosen by the princess? You are the prince of the Xue nation in the North Territory. You only have one life, but you are not the only prince of the Xue nation in the northern region." The stern warning made Xue Qingqin hesitate. With his status, he could get away with interfering with the auction. However, the one who issued the mission was the emperor of the dynasty, Yongye. If he really killed Su Yu, what would the consequences be? When Xue Qingqin was about to give up, a charming voice sounded. It doesn't matter. I also want to see the strength of the person who will escort me." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and bowed in the direction of the voice. "Greetings, Princess Chuxue." Su Yu was also surprised. From the information revealed by Master Lin, Su Yu had already confirmed that the person he was going to escort was indeed a princess. Su Yu did not expect the princess to speak at this moment, which made him feel very helpless. Before entering the ice-sealed river bottom, Su Yu didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. However, since the princess had said so, Su Yu had to try to suppress his strength to fight with Xue Qingqin. Xue Qingqin said with a smile, "Thank you for your understanding, princess. If he is killed by me, it means he is not trusted by the right person." "Okay, you can have a try." Yongye Chuxue nodded her head slightly. After getting the permission of the princess, Xue Qingqin raised his head and stared at Su Yu ferociously. The divine Laksana behind him seemed to be even colder. "I will kill you within 3 moves," Xue Qingqin said with a hideous smile. "Omnidirectional destruction." Xue Qingqin raised his finger and pointed it at Su Yu. The eyes of the ice and snow woman behind him shot out 2 beams of transparent light. As the cold light swept past, the space froze. With Su Yu as the center, everything within 1,000 feet of him was frozen into solid, transparent ice. As expected, Su Yu was frozen by the ice and couldn't move at all. My ice is comparable to the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice. It is extremely cold and hard. Nobody can break it unless it is a replica of an emperor-based saint artifact. Xue Qingqin said proudly. The onlookers, especially Shimin Ingwu and Dong Huanging, were shocked by his words. I haven't seen him for several years. He has become more and more proficient in the art of ice and snow. His divine Laksana is quite solid now. He can reach the deity realm at any time. Shimin Ingwu said with a frown. Dong Huanging said with a hint of fighting intent in her eyes. Good. Only a man like him deserves to be my opponent. Bai Yunfei was full of admiration for Xue Qingqin. He was defeated by Su Yu, but Su Yu was defeated by him with 1 move. Bai Yunfei was much more outstanding than Xue Qingqin, even though they were both young talents. Xue Qingqin said with a smile as he looked at Su Yu, who was frozen by the ice, with his hands clasped behind his back. He will be killed by the ice in 10 seconds. Then he looked at the depth of the palace and said with a faint smile, It seems you have chosen the wrong person. If you agree, I, Xue Qingqin, am willing to protect you when you go to the Lost Nation. After a while, Yongye Chuxue said calmly, Really? If my chosen one is killed so easily, the 3 tests would have been in vain, right? Xue Qingqin didn't agree with Yongye Chuxue. Are the 3 tests a joke? What's the point of passing the tests? In this world, strength is the most important thing. Crack! Suddenly, Xue Qingqin heard a slight sound. Xue Qingqin turned around and changed his expression slightly. The huge ice was shrinking at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. When he fixed his eyes on Su Yu, an arrogant and frosty woman gradually appeared behind him. Even though she was transparent, it was as if she did not exist at all. However, as the ice was shrinking, the image of the Ice Lady became clearer and clearer. Shimin Ingwu's pretty face changed abruptly. Her slender body, which had been leaning against the tree trunk, suddenly stood up straight. She stared at the virtual shadow behind Suyu, her expression extremely grave. Absorbing the divine path? Not absorbing, but comprehending it on the spot. Dong Huangying, who was sitting with his legs crossed, stood up straight like a javelin and was full of fighting intent. She stared at Suyu with her black eyes, which were full of fighting intent. Master Lin squinted his eyes in surprise. The comprehension of the divine path was like climbing the road to heaven. One had to go through the baptism of time and experience the transformation of one's mind. Only in this way could the divine path be formed and the divine Dharma Laksana be formed. Su Yu's reverse divine path had experienced many hardships and difficulties from the divine decree to the divine path. How many adversity had he experienced before he finally formed the divine path? Just like now, comprehending the divine Tao from the hands of an enemy on the spot caused everyone present to gasp in amazement. Xue Qingqin shouted coldly, "How dare you steal my divine path? Go to hell!" Xue Qingqin shouted in a low voice. Then he placed his palms in front of his chest, which contained a unique mystery of the world. Merciful Ice Deity! A low roar reverberated in the void. The Ice Lady behind Xue Qingqin showed a merciful expression. Then she made a gesture with one hand. Then the sound of ice spreading could be heard in the void. The onlookers couldn't help but step back to stay away from Suyu. The reason for that was because they were able to sense that their souls were being invaded by an extremely cold chill. Soul attack. Dong Huangying stared at Su Yu expectantly. Can he withstand it? Shimin Ingwu also clenched her fists as she stared at Su Yu. Finally, she wanted to know the limit of this man's strength. Everyone was worried about Su Yu. At this moment, the ice around Su Yu's body had been absorbed completely. His body was emitting a horrible coldness. The Ice Lady behind him became quite clear. The second attack was the merciful Ice Deity. A strand of cold will invaded Su Yu's soul, which was used to restrain souls. The soul was the foundation of a living creature. Without the soul, a strong body would be useless. Su Yu smiled slightly as he murmured, "Soul-devouring!" The soul-devouring mirror, the fifth stage of the heaven's sun gazing at air, was activated. The will was also a part of the soul. Although Su Yu's soul-devouring mirror had reached the lower level, it could devour the complete soul of a prospective deity and the soul of a deity. So, what could a strand of will do to Su Yu? Su Yu's will was devoured by Su Yu's will. At the same time, Su Yu's soul was strengthened a little bit. This was the benefit of the soul-devouring mirror. Su Yu could strengthen his soul by devouring the souls of others. This was the first time that Su Yu had used such an overbearing method. Ah! Xue Qingqin screamed in pain. Then he looked up at Su Yu and asked in surprise, "What have you done?" Xue Qingqin was injured when his will was devoured. Look, his divine Laksana has become clear. The onlookers shouted. After devouring the will, Su Yu's understanding of the ice path was enhanced. Now the outline of the Ice Lady, including her face and body, could be seen clearly. This was a sign that his divine path had been stabilized. Xue Qingqin, who was shocked, started to panic. Xue Qingqin's face changed drastically. Then his eyes turned white and his skin became transparent. His body was surrounded by a chilly fog. Through the chilly fog, Xue Qingqin had turned into a snowman as tall as an ordinary human being. Shimin Ingwu raised her eyebrows and said, he was forced to fight with his real body? Xue Qingchen only used his full strength against Yongye Wuheng when he fought with his peers. Dong Huangying's eyes lit up as she said, "The bloodline strength of the Xue Lord of the North Territory will make his divine, Laksana, more powerful." At this moment, Xue Qingchen's facial expression couldn't be seen. However, people could sense his intense killing intent. Eternal Ice Seal. After saying that, Xue Qingchen's body started to shine with chilly light. Then, the chilly light fused into the Ice Lady's body. The Ice Lady's body became more solid. Now, she looked exactly like a real person. It seemed the Ice Lady had come to life. Then she sighed slightly. Her eyes were filled with human-like compassion. At this moment, the Ice Lady was surrounded by a snowstorm. If one listened carefully, they would hear a song in the snow. Then, she opened her mouth and started to cast spells silently. Many ice-cold, palm-sized runes kept flying out of her mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Chapter 13:27. Dong Huangying frowned and said, "I didn't expect he would use such a powerful secret skill. It is said that the Xue Lord of the North Territory used to seal Yongye power before he surrendered to Yongye. Shangguan Feiyu, the #1 general of the empire, was almost defeated by this move." Master Lin said nervously, "The power of the seal depends on the number of ice principles he has inherited. Apparently, Xue Qingchen's ice principles are quite complete." Everyone was nervous. Although Xue Qingchen's seal was not as powerful as the one used by the Xue Lord of the North Territory, it couldn't be resisted by a late-stage prospective deity unless he had reached the deity realm. While the onlookers were still in shock, the Ice Woman had finished the 9 sealing runes. The Ice Woman closed her mouth and looked at Su Yu from afar. The 9 sealing runes pierced through the void and landed within a radius of 3,000 feet around Su Yu. "Seal your body with 1 seal," the Ice Woman said calmly. Then, an ice rune shone brightly and froze Su Yu's body immediately. "Seal your soul with 1 seal." Another ice rune shone brightly and sealed Su Yu's soul. "Seal your divine path with 1 seal." Another rune froze Su Yu's divine path, which was being solidified quickly. The 9 runes sealed Su Yu's body and blocked his senses from the outside world. When all the 9 runes were sealed, Su Yu had become an ice sculpture who had lost his life, soul, body, and divine path. He couldn't move at all. When Su Yu didn't respond for a long time, the onlookers said slowly, Is that all?" Xue Qingchen let out a sigh of relief. His face was a little pale, which meant he had consumed a lot of his strength to execute the last move. "You should be proud to be killed by the Eternal Ice Seal. I used it to defeat Yongye Wuheng," Xue Qingchen said proudly as he returned to his human form. "Now the result of this battle has been decided, right? I'll kill him within 3 moves. I, Xue Qingchen, never go back on my words." Xue Qingchen said confidently as he looked in the direction of the princess with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, a slight explosion could be heard in the silent surroundings. Puff! A soft explosion could be heard. One of the symbols surrounding Su Yu exploded abruptly. The seal that sealed Su Yu's divine path had been broken. A stalwart man with black hair and black eyes, dressed in a black cloak, rose from the ground. A giant hand that blotted out the sky swept past, crushing the symbols surrounding Su Yu one by one. The stalwart man was filled with boundless defying will, which shocked everyone. Even Yongye Chushue, who was in the depths of the palace, was alarmed. She turned into a ball of shining light and appeared in the sky. Master Lin, Xue Qingchen, Shimin Yinggu, Dong Huangying, and Bai Yunfei all gasped. Yongye Chushue murmured in surprise. Heaven-defying cultivator. He actually became a god incarnation. According to the hierarchy of the gods, emperors were the highest of the higher gods. Hegemons, on the other hand, were intermediate gods. Generally speaking, the Dharma idol condensed by non-gods was a certain medium god. There had never been a case of a higher rank god becoming a Dharma idol. The majestic figure behind Su Yu was none other than one of the 9 emperors, the heaven-defying warrior. That was why they were so shocked and in disbelief. The shadow of the heaven-defying divine path swept away all the symbols and destroyed the seals. This was Su Yu's defying divine path, which could break all the restrictions. After the 9 symbols were broken, they turned into fluorescent lights and were absorbed by Su Yu. The shadow of the ice goddess behind him finally became clear. Now, she had a complete body and facial features. Now, she only needed to comprehend a little bit more. As the fragments of the rules replaced his heart for a long time, Su Yu's comprehension of the divine path became more and more amazing. In just a short time, he had comprehended more than half of the divine path of the heaven-defying warrior. Su Yu's mind moved, and the 2 great figures disappeared behind him. At this moment, no one cared about how Su Yu had mastered 2 kinds of divine paths. They were all shocked by the heaven-defying divine warrior's divine Laksana. Su Yu opened his eyes slowly and stared at Xue Qingqian calmly. 3 movements have passed. I haven't even moved a step back. You can't defeat me now. Xue Qingqian stepped back involuntarily when he was stared at by Su Yu. Before this, he thought Su Yu's strength was not bad. Now, it seemed Su Yu thought Xue Qingqian was not good enough. Now it's my turn, Su Yu said calmly. Xue Qingqian swallowed his saliva. He tried his best to attack Su Yu, but he couldn't defeat him. If Su Yu attacked Xue Qingqian, it would be earth-shattering. I give up. Xue Qingqian gave up decisively and stepped back. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. Then, 9 thumb-sized round beads appeared in his palm. The round beads dashed towards Xue Qingqian from the void. Xue Qingqian shouted loudly, I told you I give up. What do you mean by attacking me? Su Yu was not affected by his words. Then he controlled the 9 round beads to speed up. Xue Qingqian didn't dare to be careless. So he took out an ice-cold white jade shield and placed it in front of him. This shield was an imitation of an Emperor Base Saint artifact, which was extremely hard. In his opinion, it would be easy for him to block the 9 round beads. However, when the 9 round beads hit the shield, Xue Qingqian was forced to step back by their tremendous force. Moreover, a series of crackling sounds could be heard coming from the shield. Then, several cracks appeared on the shield. Before Xue Qingqian could scream, the shield was destroyed by the 9 round beads. Then, the 9 round beads hit Xue Qingqian's body. Puff! Xue Qingqian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was penetrated by the 9 round beads. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. A defensive treasure that was an imitation of an Emperor Base Saint artifact was destroyed by the 9 round beads. What are those round beads? Swish! Su Yu dashed forward and waved his hand. Then the 9 round beads flew back to his palm. Then they dashed towards Xue Qingqian again. Xue Qingqian said angrily, I told you I would give up. Why did you attack me? Are you reasonable? The 9 round beads penetrated his body and answered his question. When Xue Qingqian started to scream, Su Yu said calmly, when you want to fight, you use your strength. When you don't want to fight, you try to be reasonable. Do you think I am your father? I will give in to you. Then, Su Yu kicked Xue Qingqian. His kick was enhanced by the power of the World Annihilation Dragon. Xue Qingqian's body was smashed by Su Yu's kick. Xue Qingqian's soul, which was wrapped by the celestial energy sphere, ran out in terror. You destroyed my body. My father will never forgive you. However, there was no fear in Su Yu's eyes. Instead, they were filled with coldness. I feel that you should be more concerned about your own life and death. What? How dare you? Xue Qingqian said. Then, a virtual image of an ice and snow woman appeared behind Su Yu. Eternal Ice Seal. 9 talismans flew out of the ice and Snow Woman's mouth and sealed Xue Qingqian instantly. This was his secret skill. However, it was used to seal Xue Qingqian. Xue Qingqian was so terrified that he didn't care about his dignity anymore. Then he begged Princess Chuxue, "Princess Chuxue, help me! Help me!" Xue Qingqian used to be a proud and arrogant man. Now he was even more miserable than Bai Yunfei. Princess Chuxue said as she nodded her head, "Okay." Xue Qingqian was overjoyed. Then he flew to Princess Chushue's side and shouted at Suyu, "Stop! If you attack me again, you will be disobeying Princess Chushue's order." However, before he could finish his words, he was grabbed by a mysterious force and couldn't move at all. The person who grabbed him was Princess Chuxue. Princess Chuxue said calmly, "You are the one who didn't respect me and tried to kill the man I like, right?" After saying that, she took away Xue Qingqian's celestial energy sphere and threw his soul to Suyu. Suyu sealed Xue Qingqian's soul with the 9 talismans. Then he looked at Princess Chuxue in confusion. Princess Chuxue said with a faint smile, "How could I allow anyone to bully the man I like? Since he's prepared to kill you, then he should be prepared to be eliminated by me. Linja, send a message to the Xue Lord of the North Territory. Xue Qingqian disturbed the auction house and was rude to me, so I killed his unfilial son for him." Although she said it with a faint smile, her words were quite domineering. Suyu liked her a lot. Although she said it casually, Suyu knew it was not easy. If Xue Qingqian was really afraid of Princess Chuxue, why would he disturb the auction house? Why would he kill the man she liked? The Xue nation of the North Territory was very powerful. It was not easy for Princess Chuxue to kill Xue Qingqian. "Suyu, you have 1 year to prepare for the Lost Nation. Come back as soon as possible after the trip to the ice-sealed river bottom," Princess Chuxue said. Suyu's eyes lit up. How did she know I am going to the ice-sealed river bottom? Did the translucent old man sell his information to her? Or... Suyu touched the supreme black card in his pocket subconsciously. Then he realized something. Princess Chuxue was the owner of the Tianyu auction house. This black card must be her idea. Also, if you have any extra divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor, remember not to give it away. The power of this item is beyond your imagination, Princess Chuxue added. She then disappeared without a trace, not even showing her face. It turned out she gave him the black card because of the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor. However, what was the function of the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor? Shangguan Feiyu, who represented the 3 territories, asked for it. Master Lin walked up to Suyu with a smile. "My young friend, I hope we will meet again." Suyu nodded his head. Then he walked towards the mansion of the Shangguan family. When he passed by Yunfei, he didn't see any resentment on his face at all. All he saw was fear and uneasiness. Suyu was so powerful that he could kill Bai Yunfei with 1 hand. Bai Yunfei had thought Suyu would kill him after he was humiliated by Suyu. However, after seeing Xue Qingqian's fate, he realized Suyu had shown mercy to him. The reason Suyu showed mercy to Xue Qingqian was not because of his high status. No matter how high his status was, he couldn't be higher than Xue Qingqian. However, what happened to Xue Qingqian? Suyu didn't kill him because of Shangguan Feiyu. At least, Suyu wouldn't kill him before the trip to the ice-sealed river bottom. However, Bai Yunfei shuddered at the thought of the trip to the ice-sealed river bottom. If Suyu wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake for him. Chapter 1328. Suyu turned around and stared at him calmly. What's the matter? Bai Yunfei didn't dare to look into Suyu's eyes. Then he lowered his head and took out a strange stone, which was as big as a palm. Bai Yunfei handed it to Suyu with both hands and said, "Brother Su, this is a gift from me. I hope you can accept it." Suyu stared at Bai Yunfei for a while before putting it away. Then he said, You are sensible. He had planned to kill Bai Yunfei at the ice-sealed river bottom before taking back the Blue Sea Divine Crystal. However, he didn't expect Bai Yunfei would hand the Blue Sea Divine Crystal to him. In this way, Suyu didn't want to cause any trouble for him. Hearing that, Bai Yunfei was shocked. As expected, this guy planned to rob me. Luckily, I reacted in time. Bai Yunfei wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a smile, "Brother Su, your strength is unparalleled. Even a talented young man like Xue Qingchen couldn't withstand more than 3 moves from you. I hope you can help me in the ice-sealed river bottom. Let's talk about it later." Suyu said. Bai Yunfei was overjoyed. Then he realized it would be much safer for him to travel with a top powerhouse like Suyu. Compared with Suyu, a woman was nothing. When he left the inner yard with Suyu, he met 3 other people outside the auction house. They hurried forward, and when they looked at Suyu, they were very indignant and stopped him. "Suyu, stop right there. Now, tell me where you got the Supreme Black Card." Suyu glanced at them, then walked past them. He continued walking forward without looking at them. "Hey, Suyu, this is not the auction house. There are no people from the auction house to protect you and prevent us from questioning you. If you know what's good for you, you should explain immediately. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving today." Zhang Xiaoliang had long disliked Suyu. However, when he had just finished speaking, Bai Yunfei dashed forward and slapped him in the face. Then he shouted, "Shut up! It's none of your business how Brother Su got the Supreme Black Card." Zhang Xiaoliang was stunned. Then he covered his face with his hands and said, "Brother Yunfei, why did you slap me? I was avenging you." It would have been better if he didn't say anything, but now that he did, Bai Yunfei grew anxious. Stepping forward, Bai Yunfei punched and kicked him while cursing. "You motherfucker! When did I ask you to help me vent my anger?" Zhang Xiaoliang covered his head and scurried away, feeling wronged. "Brother Yunfei, didn't we discuss? You're still talking. Shut up." Bai Yunfei said in a flustered and exasperated manner. He was about to cry because of his stupidity. Zhang Xiaoliang finally realized something, so he shut his mouth obediently and watched Suyu walk away. He then rubbed his aching face and said angrily, "I'm just helping you vent your anger. Do you really need to do this?" The other 2 noblemen were also somewhat displeased. The 4 of them usually had a very good relationship, but this matter caused a barrier to form in their hearts. Bai Yunfei glared angrily at the 3 of them, still feeling wronged. "I'm saving your lives. Believe it or not, if you say a few more words, you will lose your head." Zhang Xiaoliang was startled. "Brother Yunfei, are you stupid? I'm going to show my might to that country bumpkin. Who would dare to meddle?" Bai Yunfei sneered. "Just like you, Xue Qingchen thought that nobody would care about him if he bullied a country bumpkin. Do you know what's wrong with him now?" "What's wrong with him?" The 3 of them were surprised by Xue Qingchen's words. Bai Yunfei said with a cold smile, "He's dead. His body is gone, his celestial energy sphere is gone, and even his soul is gone." Ah, the 3 of them were shocked. Zhang Xiaoliang said in surprise, "Brother Yunfei, are you kidding me? Xue Qingchen is dead? Who is it? Is it a deity?" Bai Yunfei chuckled, but his smile was stiff. "Who is it? Huh. Didn't you try to stop him just now?" The 3 of them were petrified instantly. After a long while, Zhang Xiaoliang stammered, You mean Suyu?" Bai Yunfei said, "Who else could it be except him? He is a hidden powerhouse." Gasp! The 3 of them couldn't help but gasp. They didn't expect Suyu could be so powerful. "Brother Yunfei, are you sure you are not mistaken?" Zhang Xiaoliang swallowed his saliva. Bai Yunfei pointed at the wounds all over his body and said angrily, "Otherwise, why do you think I'm injured? It's because he was merciful to me. If he really wanted to kill me, he could even kill 10 of me." Then Bai Yunfei told them what had happened in the inner yard. They were shocked when they heard Bai Yunfei had been defeated by Suyu. However, When he learned that Su Yu had survived Xue Qingqin's 3 deadly attacks without moving a single step, and that Su Yu had severely injured Xue Qingqin with 1 attack and even destroyed the imitation Emperor-based Saint artifact, he was so shocked that he became numb like a stone statue. So, you should know whether my slap just now was to save you or to harm you. Zhang Xiaoliang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and lowered his head in embarrassment. Thank you for saving my life, Brother Yunfei. If it weren't for you, I would have followed in Xue Qingqin's footsteps. The other 2 of them were also frightened by Yunfei's words. If Bai Yunfei hadn't said anything or come here a moment later, they would have been killed. But Brother Yunfei, we offended him. What should we do now? Zhang Xiaoliang asked anxiously. Bai Yunfei said, this is what we should do next. We should try our best to improve our relationship. If we can become friends, we will be much safer in the ice-sealed river bottom with the help of such a powerful expert. Hearing that, Zhang Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. Right, this is a great opportunity. When they returned to their mansion, Shangguan Feiyu didn't summon Su Yu to ask him about the details of the mission. It seemed an Emperor-based Saint artifact was not worth his attention. Su Yu was quite happy. Then he went into the secret training room and took out a glass bottle which was as big as a head. In this glass bottle, a struggling soul was trying to escape from this place. Su Yu stared at the soul coldly. Then he opened the glass bottle with his right hand. The soul inside the glass bottle rolled its eyes. Then a cunning look appeared in its eyes. Then it crawled out carefully. With a flash of green light, the soul flew out of the glass bottle and landed on the ground. Before looking at who it was, he immediately said, Sir, please wait. I have more secrets of the galactic deity realm, including the details of the 2 alliances and the demon world. It will be beneficial for both sides if we cooperate. As he spoke, he raised his head. When he saw the person standing in front of him with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice stopped abruptly. Then he looked at Su Yu in disbelief. Su Yu stared at him with a faint smile. Benefits for both of us? Huh. You never change your style no matter where you go. The book deity didn't know that he had been sold. He also didn't know that the person who bought him was his sworn enemy, Su Yu. It's a pity that you are not as important as you thought. At least in their eyes, you are dispensable, Su Yu said with pity. In the Star River Divine Realm, the book deity would be regarded as an important person by all the forces who are hostile to the Great Eastern Alliance. However, in the ancient god realm, the Empire of Darkness didn't care about the division of forces in the Star River Divine Realm. Not only did they destroy his body, but they also sold it. The book deity slowly came to his senses and was shocked. Su Yu, I have returned to the Star River Divine Realm. No, you have come to the ancient god realm. Su Yu smiled lightly. It's been a long time. What an unexpected reunion. At this moment, the book deity turned around and fled without warning. However, he had just taken a few steps when a light voice came from behind him. Ice deity, have mercy. An icy light that froze the soul swept across the entire secret room. The soul of the book deity who was running was suddenly frozen into ice and fell to the ground. Su Yu grabbed the frozen body of the book deity and said with pity, the book deity of the former Great Eastern Alliance who held hundreds of gods hostage has fallen to such a state. I don't know how you feel about it. Although the book deity was frozen, his soul could still speak through the ice. Isn't it all thanks to you? First, his family was destroyed and no one was left. Then, he was forced to flee to the land of the gods. Then, he was exiled to the demon realm. However, when he arrived at the demon realm, Su Yu still refused to let him go and killed all the way to the demon realm. In the end, he was seriously injured and fell to the lost god realm, becoming a prisoner. Until today, the once dignified deity had been reduced to an auction item. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. Unfortunately, I do not intend to shoulder this responsibility. As a human, as a member of the Great Eastern Alliance, you painstakingly colluded with the demon realm to harm the Great Eastern Alliance. People like you deserve to die. Since you've chosen this path, you should have been prepared to meet your end today. You can't blame anyone. The book deity said angrily, so what? To achieve great things, one doesn't bother with trifles. Su Yu shook his head. If you lose your stance, then what you lose isn't just a trivial matter, but a great sense of righteousness. Without righteousness, how can you establish yourself in this world? They will be erased by the great Tao sooner or later. After his heart was replaced by the chain of rules, Su Yu's understanding of the great path surpassed that of ordinary people. It was difficult for outsiders to judge whether the book deity's actions were right or wrong. But Su Yu had a feeling that the book deity's actions went against the great way. Su Yu's restraint on the book deity was a concrete manifestation of the invisible great path. The book deity was killed by Su Yu. He had fallen to such a state because of some mysterious arrangement. Tao. What do you know about the Tao? I am proficient in the words of the Book of First Heavens and know the great way of heaven and earth. Who do you think you are? The book deity sneered. Su Yu squinted his eyes slightly. The Book of First Heavens? Unfortunately, I also know how to use it. I'm wondering if our Book of First Heavens came from the same person. The book deity said disdainfully, as the disciple of that guy, it's not a big deal that you know the existence of the Book of First Heavens. After all, it was he who spread it. As a book deity, what's the relationship between you and Yun Yazi? Su Yu squinted his eyes. At the Heaven Lake, he had questioned the book deity, but was interrupted by the demonic god of six paths. Now, no one interfered with him anymore. The book deity said with a cold smile, "Why should I tell you? Ha, 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 you know everything, don't you? Keep guessing. Why don't you keep guessing? If you want to suffer some hardships, I can help you." Su Yu's eyes were cold. The book deity raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Ha, 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 hardships? If I am afraid of hardships, how could I survive until now? Staring at Su Yu, the book deity said with a cold smile, "Kneel down and beg me, or I won't answer you." Chapter 13:29. The book deity laughed. Search my soul? Don't waste your energy. I can erase all the memories in my mind with a single thought. Otherwise, why do you think I can live until now? The Tiannu auction house didn't lack the magical power of searching souls, but they still couldn't search his soul completely. It showed that the book deity had the ability to protect his memory. Su Yu looked calm. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Say goodbye to the world. After that, Su Yu murmured softly, "Eternal ice seal." 9 runes surrounded the book deity and shone brightly. His soul was sealed instantly. Before the book deity had time to erase his memory, he was completely sealed. Soul devouring. Su Yu shouted calmly. The soul of the book deity turned into wisps of smoke and entered Su Yu's forehead. Through his forehead, the smoke entered his soul. After the wisps of soul smoke entered Su Yu's mind, the impurities were removed, and the pure soul energy was integrated into Su Yu's soul. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of comfort was integrated into Su Yu's heart, and his soul energy was strengthened. Su Yu's 5 senses became extremely clear, and his soul was extremely powerful. It was almost beyond the original scope and reached the level of an ordinary deity's soul. When all the soul of the book deity was devoured, a total of 1/10 of the pure soul energy was extracted. Even this 1/10 pushed Su Yu's soul energy from a late-stage prospective deity to the level of an ordinary deity. At the same time, Su Yu's body was filled with a faint sense of swelling. This was the result of Su Yu's reconstruction of his body, which was enough to accommodate the soul of a deity. Fortunately, I restrained myself and didn't devour the soul of others. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Yu secretly rejoiced. Without Yun Yazi's reminder, Su Yu became more cautious while practicing the heaven's sun-gazing at air. Now, it seemed that his cautiousness saved his life. After obtaining the soul of a deity, Suyu's 5 senses were refreshed, and his spiritual energy was doubled. The world in front of him had changed greatly. Even if he didn't deliberately observe, Suyu could clearly sense the auras of many deities in the Shangguan mansion. In particular, in front of the cottage, the seemingly dying old man concealed the strength of a tribe king. In addition, he also clearly sensed that under the Shangguan mansion, there seemed to be something that made his soul tremble. The Shangguan manor is indeed full of secrets. Suyu thought to himself, not daring to investigate the secrets hidden underground. After devouring the soul of the book deity, Suyu inherited all the memories contained in the soul. In the center of his soul, a pitch-black ball revolved. The ball contained the remnant consciousness and memories of the book deity. To read the book deity's memories, one had to probe into the ball with his soul. Suyu's eyes flickered as he probed the ball with his soul. All of a sudden, Suyu entered a gloomy space that was filled with dark clouds. The sky was filled with rolling black clouds, and the ground was covered with thistles and thorns. The mountains in the distance were steep and dangerous. Even the remaining consciousness is so dark and sinister. It's obvious how gloomy the book deity was when he was alive. Roar. With a ferocious roar, the book deity's head was condensed by the dark clouds in the sky. The book deity roared ferociously and dashed toward Suyu. Suyu, since you destroyed my divine soul, you can forget about obtaining my memories. The book deity roared fiercely. The earth rumbled, and tombstones rose from the ground slowly. The tombstones were engraved with dates and specific events. When the tombstones were looked at carefully, the tombstones would change and show a clear image of what the book deity had done on that day. This was the book deity's memory. Generally speaking, a tombstone was enough to store the memory of an ordinary deity who had lived for a long time. However, the book deity's soul contained so many memories that there were hundreds of tombstones. The amount of knowledge he had mastered in his life was amazing. The remnant consciousness of the book deity roared and pounced on a tombstone. Then he opened his mouth and gnawed the tombstone, breaking it. When the tombstone was destroyed, the memory contained in it was destroyed. A leopard cannot change its spots. Suyu shouted coldly, "Then I will send you to hell." With a flash of light, Suyu's powerful Deity-level soul turned into a beam of light and wiped out the remnant consciousness of the book deity. Now, the book deity had been completely erased from the world. Suyu looked at the rapidly declining tombstone with pity. Then he flew over quickly and spread his soul into the tombstone. Before the memory was completely destroyed, he wanted to explore as much as he could. After 3 breaths, the tombstone disappeared completely, and Suyu came to himself from the exploration. The tombstone recorded the experience of the book deity after he was stranded in the god realm. He was washed by the water into the territory of the Frogman tribe. As a result, he was captured by the Frogmen and sold to the auction house. In the auction house, he was tortured and interrogated for details. However, as smart as the book deity was, he only selectively revealed some information in an attempt to negotiate with them. The result was predictable. Those negotiations did not involve Suyu, which made Suyu feel a little relieved. So far, his identity in the Star River God realm had not been exposed. At the same time, from this part of the book deity's memory, he accidentally learned that when he was in the Frogman tribe, he had sensed the aura of Princess Yunxia's first maid, Kaylin. Knowing that this woman was also alive, Suyu's eyes lit up. Kaylin's strength was also comparable to that of a tribe leader. Then Suyu looked at the rest of the tombstones and started to explore the rest of the book deity's memory in the same way. After looking at the 3 tombstones, Suyu's mind was in chaos. The book deity's memory was too complicated. After looking at 4 tombstones, Suyu felt it was too much for him. If he continued to explore the tombstones, Suyu's soul would collapse first. Then Suyu withdrew from the ball, and his soul returned to his body. After taking a deep breath, Suyu said to himself, It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the memory of Yin Yazi. Let me digest this part of the memory first before continuing to search for it. After saying that, Suyu closed his eyes slowly and started to delete the memory that he had obtained from the book deity. 5 days later, Suyu finally deleted the memory of the 3 tombstones. It seems I need a lot of patience to find the information I want, Suyu said to himself. However, this was not the right time. The trip to the ice-sealed river bottom should be finished soon, right? Before that, Suyu had to deal with the things in his hands. First, Suyu forced Xue Qingqin's soul to display his divine path without hesitation. Then, Suyu comprehended it completely on the spot. Behind him, the shadow of a deity appeared. It was the ice goddess. Next, Suyu found the blue sea divine crystal, which was an auxiliary material for refining the cosmos sword formation. The myriad soul stone hasn't appeared in the god realm for a long time. Where should I find it? Suyu frowned deeply. Finally, Suyu found the annihilation cannon, which was a powerful ancient weapon that could kill a tribe leader with one shot. Suyu was very curious about it. If he could copy this weapon, he would be able to conquer the world. After checking the materials, Suyu found he had never heard about the materials of the annihilation cannon before. If the annihilation cannon could be copied, it would have been copied in the ancient god realm by now. While Suyu was thinking, Bai Yunfei's cautious voice came from outside the secret room. Brother Su, General Shangguan wants us to gather here. Is it coming? Suyu opened the stone door, and Bai Yunfei shivered subconsciously. He was very afraid, and a stiff, apologetic smile hung on his face. Zhang Xiaoliang and the other 2 were standing on both sides of the stone door respectfully. Are we going to leave now? Suyu asked. Bai Yunfei said, No, we're going to leave in 3 days. Now, we're going to the Imperial Sacred Faction to meet the members of the Imperial Sacred Faction. We're going to discuss the details with them. The ice-sealed river bottom was a relic from the Great Destruction era that was open once every 100 years. It was only open to young people under 30 years old. It was a rare and precious experience in the Empire of Darkness. Of course, the Imperial Sacred Faction wouldn't miss it. Lead the way. In the hall, Suyu saw Shangguan Feiyu. He nodded at Suyu and didn't mention that he had bought the divine blood of the World Annihilation Emperor with 100 million gold coins. Also, he didn't care whether Suyu had obtained the escort mission or not. It seemed he hadn't heard about Suyu's incredible strength in the inner yard of the auction house. Actually, it was not strange. On that day, there were representatives of the 3 regions, Bai Yunfei and the other 3, as well as 3 ordinary deities. Xue Qingqin, one of the representatives of the 3 regions, was killed. Shimin Yinggu and Dong Huangying, who were not from the imperial city, didn't need to publicize Suyu's strength. Bai Yunfei and the other 3 didn't dare to publicize Suyu's strength in case they annoyed Suyu. As for the other 3 deities, even if they publicized Suyu's strength, it would take a long time for Shangguan Feiyu to know about it. Shangguan Feiyu looked at Bai Yunfei and the other 3 expectantly. Then he said with a smile, When you meet the people of the Imperial Sacred Faction, don't be nervous. I have already informed them. They won't make things difficult for you. Hearing that, Bai Yunfei and the other 3 let out a sigh of relief. The people of the Imperial Sacred Faction were all outstanding and arrogant people. If it was not necessary, they wouldn't want to get in touch with them. However, the group of people chosen by Grand Tutor Yuan might not be the same. You should be mentally prepared, Bai Yunfei said with a confident smile. Then he cupped his hands at Shangguan Feiyu and said, Don't worry, General Shangguan. We know the strength of those people chosen by Grand Tutor Yuan very well. If we don't make trouble for them, they will be grateful to us. How dare they provoke us? Shangguan Feiyu said with a smile as he nodded his head. That's true, but we still can't be careless. Yes, General Shangguan, Bai Yunfei said respectfully. However, he didn't take Shangguan Feiyu's word seriously. In addition, they had Suyu, who was more powerful than them, to protect them. At last, Shangguan Feiyun said as he looked at Suyu, "You should be cautious and follow Bai Yunfei's orders. In this way you will be safe, understand?" Suyu said calmly, "Yes, I understand." Bai Yunfei shivered a bit and said with a wry smile, "How dare I order him?" Chapter 1330. Suyu, who had the divine soul, had extraordinary hearing. Therefore, Bai Yunfei and the others didn't hear the words, but Suyu heard it. Suyu was a bit surprised. A weapon of the creation level. What is that? How are the weapons of the ancient god realm classified? How are they different from the emperor-based saint artifacts? Suyu was more curious about this trip. The imperial palace was majestic and magnificent. There were profound formations everywhere, and there were guards at the level of deities, giving off an abnormally strong sense of oppression. The arrogant Bai Yunfei, Zheng Xiaoliang, and the others all wore solemn expressions, their frivolous expressions vanishing. Led by Shangguan Feiyu, the 5 of them arrived at the Yuanliang Palace. There were already several people standing in the hall. Most of them were young people like them, and their ages didn't exceed 30. Among them was an old man in a white robe who was over 60 years old. His ears were big and pointy, his eyes were narrow and long, and his lips were thin and big. He looked fierce. "Ha! Ha! Commander Shangguan, you are as powerful as ever. You asked us to wait for you." The old man in a white robe teased in a weird tone. He sat still on the chair and didn't show any intention to greet Shangguan Feiyu. The old man didn't have a strong aura. He was at most as powerful as the all-access merchant god. However, he had great power and had no intention of greeting Shangguan Feiyu. The old man didn't have a strong aura. He was at most as powerful as the all-access merchant god. However, he had great power and could decide the life and death of many deities. Shangguan Feiyu glanced at the old man and didn't find any imperial sacred faction. Then he said calmly, "What's wrong with asking you to wait? The peace of the empire depends on the defense of the frontier, not on flattery in front of the monarch." Grand Tutor Yuan was a civil official, so he was responsible for advising Shangguan Feiyu. Hearing this, he sneered, "You are good at dealing with conspiracies, friends, and cities. You are just a boorish man." Shangguan Feiyu sat down casually and said indifferently, "The heaven-defying empire has millions of soldiers at the frontier of the North region. They are ready to make trouble. Why don't you ask Grand Tutor Yuan to persuade them to be good at dealing with enemies?" Grand Tutor Yuan changed the topic. "Guarding the border is your job as a general, and it's also your responsibility. Let me, a civil official, go to battle. What's the use of a general like you?" Shangguan Feiyu said calmly, "That is to say, when a war breaks out, your so-called good strategies are useless, and you have to rely on us boorish men." Grand Tutor Yuan was about to quibble when several footsteps came from outside the hall. "Haha, it is our fault to disturb the 2 pillars of the empire." A clear voice came from outside. Shangguan Feiyu and Grand Tutor Yuan stood up and bowed to the people outside the hall. "Greetings, Prince Wuheng." "Yongye Wuheng?" Suyu looked out of the door and saw a tall, handsome young man walking in with a smile on his face. Behind him, there were several young men with extraordinary auras, all of whom were members of the imperial family. Suyu was very curious as he looked at Yongye Wuheng. It was said that Yongye Wuheng was the most talented among the younger generation. He was only in his 20s, but he already had the cultivation of a deity. Suyu was surprised by Yongye Wuheng's profound cultivation, which could be compared with a tribe leader. A tribe leader was not rare in the Empire of Darkness. However, every tribe leader had cultivated for thousands of years. Yongye Wuheng had become a tribe leader before he was 30, which showed his outstanding talent. It was hard to imagine how powerful he could be if he had enough time. As soon as he walked in, he said with a warm smile, "Please take a seat. My father can't come here in person today, so I will host the ceremony for him." After saying that, he sat down on the armchair in the main seat naturally. The 4 members of the imperial family who followed him here stood on either side of him. The 4 members of the imperial family were also very powerful. 2 of them had reached the level of ordinary deities. Su Yu found one of them was shining with divine light. Although her face was hidden, her aura was quite familiar. It was Yongye Chushue. Is she also going to participate in the trial of the ice-sealed river bottom? Yongye Chushue raised her head and looked at Su Yu. Then, she poked Yongye Wuheng with her elbow in a naughty way. Yongye Wuheng looked at her and then followed her gaze to Su Yu. He looked at Su Yu carefully and was surprised. Then he nodded and smiled at Su Yu. Grand Tutor Yuan saw this and couldn't help but look at Su Yu. Except Su Yu's cultivation was low, there was nothing special about Su Yu. Shangguan Feiyu said expressionlessly, Prince Wuheng, what is the arrangement of our emperor for this expedition? Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Yongye Wuheng said, My father wants us to make our own decisions according to the local conditions. The ice-sealed river bottom is divided into 3 regions, the Saint Realm, the Devil Realm, and the Mortal Realm. The Saint Realm is only open to deities, the Devil Realm is open to deities, and the Mortal Realm is open to mortal fairies. My sister, my brother, and I will be responsible for the excavation of the Saint Realm, Yongye Wuheng said. Shangguan Feiyu said expectantly, Great. Prince Wuheng, you are a rare genius. You are more powerful than all the other princes who have entered the ice-sealed river bottom. I believe you will be able to enter that mysterious place and dig out the weapon that has been excavated for tens of thousands of years. A weapon created by a civilization of the world. Grand Tutor Yuan's eyes lit up. That weapon had been passed down in the empire for a long time. It was said that it was a top weapon created by a civilization of the world. Its power was beyond imagination. Many emperors had tried their best to excavate this weapon. However, the deeper they went into the Saint Realm, the more difficult it was to excavate it. Therefore, there had been no progress for tens of thousands of years. How could I be arrogant when my ancestors couldn't do it? However, I will try my best to excavate that weapon. Yongye Wuheng said, Next, we will make arrangements for the Devil Realm and the Mortal Realm. Then he looked at Shangguan Feiyu and Grand Tutor Yuan in embarrassment. The Mortal Realm had been excavated for a long time, so it was useless to enter it. The Devil Domain was very different. There were still a few dangerous places there that were worth taking the risk, especially the Myriad Bone Mountain that was guarded by the 9-headed Devil Sage. It was rumored that there were many remains of deities from the ancient god domain in the mountain, and there were countless divine path inheritances left behind. Even the deities were envious of the Devil Realm. However, they were teleported to the Saint Realm as soon as they entered the ice-sealed river bottom. Therefore, they had no chance to enter the Myriad Bone Mountain. In particular, Grand Tutor Yuan had put all the blueprints of the weapons of the ancient civilization into the Myriad Bone Mountain. If Shangguan Feiyu wanted to take back the blueprints, he would have to send his people to the Devil Realm. However, only 5 people could enter the Devil Realm, and someone from the Mortal Realm must also enter the Devil Realm. Shangguan Feiyu and Grand Tutor Yuan could only send their people to the Devil Realm. This was Yongye Wuheng's dilemma. If he gave the quota to the Devil Realm to either of them, he would offend one of them. Therefore, he asked them to solve this problem by themselves. Shangguan Feiyu said calmly, 100 years ago, I gave you the quota to enter the Devil Realm. This time it should be my turn, right? Grand Tutor Yuan said with a smile, Commander Shangguan, you must be joking. Last time, it was the monarch who appointed me, not you. Ridiculous. If I insisted on asking the monarch, would you have gotten the quota to enter the Devil Realm so easily? Shangguan Feiyu said with an unfriendly expression. Grand Tutor Yuan said with a sneer, It's your own fault that you didn't fight for the quota. What does it have to do with me? Grand Tutor Yuan, it's better to keep a low profile. Shangguan Feiyu said seriously. Grand Tutor Yuan said seriously, No matter what, I won't give you the quota to enter the devil realm. After a pause, Shangguan Feiyu said calmly, Then let's talk about strength. The powerful ones can enter the devil realm, while the weak ones can enter the mortal realm. All right. Grand Tutor Yuan agreed without hesitation, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Hearing this, Shangguan Feiyu frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that he had been fooled. He glanced at the people behind Grand Tutor Yuan and found they were all juniors of the families of important ministers. 5 of them were well known, but they were not very powerful. After all, they were descendants of civil officials, so they were not as powerful as descendants of military officials. Bai Yunfei alone could defeat the 4 of them. Shangguan Feiyu glanced at the 5th person and found that he was a stranger. He had never seen this person before. However, this person's aura was not strong. Judging from his standing posture, he was not as powerful as the other 4 people. Although Shangguan Feiyu was nervous, he was very confident in the descendants of military officials under his command. Zhang Xiaoliang, you will fight. Zhang Xiaoliang was eager to perform well on this occasion. Immediately, he said yes and stepped forward. Grand Tutor Yuan said with a smile, Qinlan, you will fight. Qinlan stepped forward with fear on his face. Then he cupped his fists at Zhang Xiaoliang with a stiff expression and said, Brother Zhang, please. Zhang Xiaoliang curled the corner of his mouth and said, You should make the first move. Last time, I beat you to the ground with 3 punches in the intoxicated flower house. It has only been a short time since then. I don't believe that your strength has improved so much. Hearing this, Qinlan's face turned red. Then he shouted in a deep voice, In that case, I'll have to offend you. Mountain-destroying dragon thunder. Qinlan used his divine Tao, which was a half-dragon figure surrounded by thunderbolts. His fists were like 2 dragons, which were surrounded by a powerful thunderbolt force. Zhang Xiaoliang said with a smile, Mountains and rivers. A figure that looked like a mountain and a river appeared behind him. Qinlan hooked his right arm and shook his left arm. Instantly, mountains and rivers appeared. The surging thunder dragon disappeared into the mountains and rivers like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. On the contrary, the surging thunder dragon in the mountains and rivers rushed out and sent Qinlan flying backward. Qinlan had to step back several times before he could regain his balance. One look was enough to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. After exchanging 4 blows, Qinlan was defeated. Not bad. You can last 1 round longer than the last time, Zhang Xiaoliang said proudly. Shangguan Feiyu nodded with satisfaction. Since Qinlan was so powerful at the age of 30, it was very likely that he would become a tribe leader in the future. On the contrary, Grand Tutor Yuan's face darkened. Wang Neng, it's your turn. Zhang Xiaoliang curled up the corner of his mouth and said, Another one who wants to die. Bang, bang, bang. Next. Zhang Xiaoliang waved his sleeves and raised his head proudly. Another opponent was defeated in 4 rounds. Zhao Kuan. Grand Tutor Yuan shouted. Next. Hu Kuan. Next. 4 victories in a row. Zhang Xiaoliang became more and more courageous as he fought. When he noticed Shangguan Feiyu's satisfied smile and the approval of the members of the royal family, he became more spirited. Shangguan Feiyu kept smiling as he stared at the gloomy Grand Tutor Yuan meaningfully. You are overestimating yourself by competing with the military officials. Grand Tutor Yuan, there is only 1 opponent left. You should cherish this opportunity. Shangguan Feiyu laughed as he felt relieved. Chapter 1331. Yes. Fu Hongqin stepped forward and stood in front of Zhang Xiaoliang. His eyes were as calm as water in a well. Please search to see the full list. The novel of the Dezheng Xiaoliang sized him up. That's strange. Is there someone like you in the imperial city? Let's do it. Fu Hongqin said indifferently with a tinge of impatience. Uft. Zhang Xiaoliang bared his teeth. You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? All right, I'll let you have one move first. Consider it as giving face to your civil officials. Otherwise, people will say that we military officials are bullying people. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded. Don't be careless. He's different from the previous four. When Zhang Xiaoliang heard that it was Suyu, he was overjoyed and thought to himself, Brother Su also knows how powerful I am. Big Brother Su, watch me seize the qualification to enter the demon domain. Zhang Xiaoliang let out a long laugh, feeling excited. Make your move. Fu Hongqin's expression was indifferent as he launched an attack. His figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a blurry afterimage. Zhang Xiaoliang didn't even have time to react. He could only sense an astonishing energy suddenly appear behind him. Mountain multiplicity waters. Zhang Xiaoliang was shocked, and he didn't even think about it as he used his divine Dao to protect himself. The formless and majestic aura of the mountains and rivers circled around Xiao Chen's body. Not only was it for defense, it could also be turned into a powerful attack at any time. However, the strength chi behind him actually disregarded the power of the mountains and rivers and fiercely struck his back like a hot knife through butter, blasting him away. Puff! Zhang Xiaoliang's chest was pierced through from the front to the back, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. His entire body smashed out of the hull. The powerful energy not only damaged his physical body, but also violently attacked his soul, causing him to faint on the spot. One strike had caused Zhang Xiaoliang to be heavily injured and unconscious. Shangguan Feiyu suddenly stood up and stared at Fu Hongqin. At this moment, Fu Hongqin's clothes were torn apart by the power of the mountains and rivers, revealing his weird body. Its head was in the shape of a human, but its torso was extremely hideous, as if it was pieced together from pieces of flesh. All of the minced meat exuded the aura of a dragon. Although it was not a divine dragon, it was still dragon meat at the level of a prospective god. Transplanting the body of a dragon? Yongya Wuheng was surprised. No wonder this person's aura was not very strong, but his strength was beyond his expectations. Just this body made of dragon flesh alone was far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Unless a deity made a move, it would be very difficult to break through it. Commander Shangguan, your descendant of a military official doesn't seem to be that great. He couldn't even withstand a strike from a civil official. The gloomy look on Grand Tutor Yuan's face faded away, replaced by a cunning sneer. Shangguan Feiyu's face darkened. He knew that he had been fooled. He didn't know where he found such a modified body. Without powerful means, most late-stage prospective deities were no match for him. Zhang Yong, come here! Shangguan Feiyu shouted. Zhang Yong looked at the terrifying body of the dragon and timidly stepped forward. Everyone shook their heads inwardly when they saw this. He had already shown his cowardice before the battle had even begun. He had already lost 3 points before the battle had even started. As expected, Fu Hongqin still punched Zhang Yong and knocked him out of the palace. Zhang Yong was seriously injured and passed out. The two of them were lying on the ground outside the hall in a disorderly manner. Fu Hongqin sneered. The descendant of a military official is just SOSO. Next. Shangguan Feiyu's face darkened as he shouted, Jin Shang! Jin Shang sighed in his heart. He knew that he was no match for Fu Hongqin, but he still tried. As a result, he was seriously injured and passed out. Fu Hongqin only punched Zhang Yong once. Shangguan Feiyu looked at Bai Yunfei with a heavy heart and said, Bai Yunfei, it's your turn now. Bai Yunfei took a deep breath. The relaxed look on his face had disappeared and was replaced by a serious look. The toughness of Fu Hongqin's physique was extraordinary. He was very likely to be no match for Fu Hongqin. However, Bai Yunfei was more confident when he touched the weapon in his sleeve. I am Bai Yunfei. Please enlighten me. Bai Yunfei stepped forward and landed in front of Fu Hongqin. Fu Hongqin said indifferently, "Come on." Bai Yunfei didn't dare to be reckless. He drew out a white sword and started to attack. Unity of man and sword. Bai Yunfei turned into a white light and dashed toward Fu Hongqin. Fu Hongqin's eyes lit up and he reached out his fingers to touch the long sword as fast as lightning. Bai Yunfei reacted quickly. He turned the back of the sword and cut Fu Hongqin's fingers. Chi! Chi! Sparks flew in all directions. It was a fierce fight. Fu Hongqin raised his eyebrows. Then he kicked Bai Yunfei's dantian with his right foot. Although he didn't have any divine power, his dragon body was powerful enough to destroy Bai Yunfei's celestial energy sphere. Bai Yunfei's face changed slightly as he blocked Fu Hongqin's abdomen with his sword. However, Fu Hongqin smiled weirdly. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green liquid, which was emitting a pungent poison. Bai Yunfei realized that he had been tricked. Then he released the divine power from his celestial energy sphere to counteract the green liquid. Fu Hongqin blocked Bai Yunfei's attack. Before Bai Yunfei could fight back, Fu Hongqin dashed to Bai Yunfei's back and punched Bai Yunfei's back. "It's over." Fu Hongqin smiled coldly. The previous 3 opponents had all been defeated by this attack, and all of them were seriously injured. It seemed that Bai Yunfei would also be killed. A strange smile appeared on Bai Yunfei's face. "Is that so?" Suddenly, when Fu Hongqin punched Bai Yunfei's back, Bai Yunfei waved his sleeves. Swish! 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 9 thumb-sized balls that were burning with golden flames were thrown out. Fu Hongqin was shocked. He put his arms in front of his chest to block the 9 hidden weapons. Few hidden weapons could hurt him because of his dragon body. However, when the balls hit him, Fu Hongqin's smile froze and was replaced by terror. That thumb-sized bead actually ignored his tough body and directly pierced through it. His vital parts were all pierced through. Ah! Fu Hongqin screamed and spat out blood. He was knocked back several steps. Everyone was shocked by this unexpected turn of events. What are those golden hidden weapons? How could they be so powerful? Even their dragon body was pierced through. The people behind the court officials said in surprise. Grand Tutor Yuan was shocked and said, "They are." Shangguan Feiyu's eyes lit up. He suddenly stood up and said in surprise, "Could they be the golden flames forbidden wood? I haven't seen it for a long time." Yongya Wuheng stared at the 9 balls and said, "The last golden flames forbidden wood was taken away by the Kylin divine warrior during the Great Destruction to fight against the evil woman and the world annihilation dragon. Since then, the golden flames forbidden wood has been peerless in the world. I didn't expect that I could see it again." All of a sudden, everyone was shocked by the appearance of the golden flames forbidden wood. Even Bai Yunfei didn't expect these 9 pearls to have such a great origin, so he was momentarily stunned. Chapter 1332. Bai Yunfei was caught off guard. He only managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts of his body. His arm was broken, and he was sent flying out of the hall. Everyone was shocked by this unexpected scene. Grand Tutor Yuan's nervous expression was gradually relieved. Then he said sarcastically, "General Shangguan, it seems the outcome has been decided." Shangguan Feiyu looked at Bai Yunfei angrily. If he hadn't been careless, Fu Hongqin, who was seriously injured, wouldn't have been able to win the battle. Now, Grand Tutor Yuan had taken away the opportunity to explore the Devil Realm at the bottom of the ice-sealed river. It would take him at least 100 years to get the sealed information back. Ahem. Fu Hongqin stood up and wiped the blood off his mouth. Then he said with a victorious smile, "The descendant of a military officer is just SOSO." Shangguan Feiyu didn't want to argue with such a nobody. Although Fu Hongqin had defeated Bai Yunfei with a sneak attack, it was an undeniable fact that Bai Yunfei had been defeated. Fu Hongqin looked at Yongya Wuheng and said, "Prince Wuheng, Can you announce the winner of the exploration of the Devil Realm now? Yongya Wuhing came to himself from the shock caused by the golden flames forbidden wood and said, "There is one more opponent!" Fu Hongchen followed Yongya Wuhing's gaze and found Suyu, who was standing at the edge of the hall. It seemed Shangguan Feiyu had just realized Suyu's existence. He had pinned all his hopes on by Yun Fei and the other 3 people. Suyu had already been ignored by him. "Suyu, you can go now." Shangguan Feiyu sighed deeply. He didn't look at Suyu, but started to think about this matter. Suyu nodded his head and walked up to Fu Hongchen calmly. Then he said, "If you need treatment, I can wait for you." "Ha, ha, ha. What a joke. I am a dragon. I don't need treatment to deal with a stage for mortal fairy." Fu Hongchen said with a sneer, "Even if I only have 1 finger left, I can still kill you." However, Fu Hongchen looked at Suyu and pretended to be generous. "Since you have said that, I will give you a chance. If you surrender, you will be spared from the pain." Suyu's face was expressionless, and he said regretfully, "I was entrusted by someone, so I'm afraid it's difficult for me to surrender. Since you insist on fighting with your severely injured body, you can make the first move." Hearing that, Fu Hongchen said with a cold smile, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Maybe the cultivation of stage for mortal fairy has given you too much confidence. Now, let me teach you how powerful you are." Hua! Fu Hongchen's clothes were fluttering in the wind. His speed was much slower than before. However, it was not something that a 4th realm mortal fairy could react to. A giant fist enveloped Suyu's head in an instant, and it suddenly came crashing down. Grand Tutor Yuan and the descendants of the other officials didn't care about the result at all, because the result was already decided. The few of them whispered to each other excitedly, as if the Devil region had already fallen into their hands. Grand Tutor Yuan said, "In this trip to the monster realm, you should focus on attacking the Myriad Bone Mountain. Firstly, you should strengthen the seal on the weapon blueprints so that Shangguan Feiyu can't get them again. Secondly, you should excavate the remains of the deities in the Myriad Bone Mountain. According to my speculation, there might be the remains of a deity at the level of an overlord in the galaxy." "Yes, Grand Tutor." The 4 of them answered with excitement in their eyes. When the 5 of them were talking with each other, they felt the atmosphere in the hall had changed. It seemed the whole hall was in silence except for their voices. Grand Tutor Yuan raised his head and saw the horrified onlookers. Shangguan Feiyu, who was pleasantly surprised. The members of the royal family all looked mysterious and unfathomable. Grand Tutor Yuan was surprised. Then he glanced at the battlefield subconsciously. When he saw what was happening on the battlefield, he was petrified. Then his pupils contracted bit by bit as he stared at the battlefield. Fu Hongchen was still attacking Suyu. However, his ferocious body was fixed in place and couldn't move at all. A golden bead had penetrated Fu Hongchen's head through the middle of his eyebrows. Fu Hongchen's soul was severely injured. Then he lost control of his body. After a while, he fell to the ground and passed out on the spot. Grand Tutor Yuan was stunned by the sudden change. It took him a long time to accept the reality. Fu Hongchen was defeated by a 4th realm mortal fairy. Isn't this a little too inconceivable? The other 4 people who were excited were also stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Fu Hongchen was defeated by a person who was impossible to be defeated. The demonic realm which was in their mouths had flown away. When Grand Tutor Yuan came back to his senses, he realized how grave the situation was. His old face became gloomy, and as his eyes flickered, he turned into a remnant shadow and dashed toward Suyu. "How dare you? How dare you use such a cruel method?" However, he was knocked back by a cold snort before he arrived at Suyu. "Grand Tutor Yuan, how dare you attack my subordinate in front of me? How arrogant you are!" Shangguan Feiyu stood up slowly. His divine strength was surging in his body. Grand Tutor Yuan shouted coldly, General Shangguan, the empire has its own laws. This was just an ordinary competition. However, Fu Hongqin attacked Fu Hongqin so cruelly. If I don't punish him severely, I will show the strictness of the empire's laws. If you insist on protecting Fu Hongqin, I will ask the monarch to punish him. Shangguan Feiyu said with a cold smile, "Are you blind? Didn't you see the 4 people who were knocked out by your subordinate outside the hall? You want to ask the monarch to punish him? That's exactly what I want. I'd like to see what the Grand Preceptor's intentions are for finding an unknown person to heavily injure the descendants of all the military officials and important officials during the sparring session." At first, Zheng Xiaoliang didn't injure Fu Hongqin severely. In the end, Fu Hongqin stepped forward and attacked Shangguan Feiyu fiercely. He severely injured Shangguan Feiyu's 4 opponents. Obviously, Grand Tutor Yuan was at a disadvantage. Grand Tutor Yuan said through clenched teeth, "Don't slander me." "I can prove it." Grand Tutor Yuan asked the monarch to punish him. Shangguan Feiyu said coldly. Grand Tutor Yuan snorted as he stood up. Then he said as he stared at Su Yu thoughtfully, "Good, good. Shangguan Feiyu, you are really good at hiding your strength. It turns out this ordinary young man is the real expert. You are even more cunning than me." His words made Shangguan Feiyu feel guilty. As a military officer, he didn't have many tricks up his sleeves. Su Yu had turned the situation around with a single strike, which was something that he had not expected at all. Su Yu said calmly, "Fu Hongqin was severely injured and underestimated me. I just took him by surprise. My strength is just ordinary, so I don't deserve your praise." Hearing this, the onlookers had different reactions. Bai Yunfei and the Imperial Sacred Faction, who knew Su Yu's real strength, didn't believe Su Yu's words. Shangguan Feiyu and Grand Tutor Yuan didn't pay attention to the specific battle, so they believed Su Yu's words. "Anyway, we won. So we will be responsible for the excavation of the Devil Realm," Shangguan Feiyu said delightedly. Yongya Wuheng let out a sigh of relief and announced the result expressionlessly. The Imperial Sacred Faction was responsible for the excavation of the Saint Realm. The military officers were responsible for the excavation of the Devil Realm. The civil officers were responsible for the excavation of the Mortal Realm. After that, Yongya Wuheng said, "Besides the assignment of tasks, I have another piece of news for you." "Oh." Shangguan Feiyu and Grand Tutor Yuan were surprised. According to the report of the guards sent by the Imperial Sacred Faction to the ice-sealed river bottom, an unknown force approached the ice-sealed river bottom 10 years ago. Now, some mysterious people are still here. The situation is quite weird. So please be prepared. Hearing this, the civil officers and the military officers were lost in thought. Yongya Wuheng said as he looked at Bai Yunfei, "Where did you get the golden flames forbidden wood? Is it convenient for you to tell us?" Bai Yunfei was so nervous that he kept glancing at Su Yu. The 9 golden flames forbidden wood beads were given to him by Su Yu secretly to deal with Fu Hongqin. Seeing this, Yongya Wuheng turned to Su Yu and asked, "Are they yours?" Su Yu nodded his head. Then he took back the 9 beads. "Is it convenient for you to tell us?" Su Yu said as he shook his head, "Unfortunately, I bought them from a roadside stall by accident. So, I don't know more details about them." "Really? What a pity." Yongya Wuheng said with a sigh, "Okay, you should go back and prepare yourselves. We will set off in 2 days." The group of people left. Yongya Wuheng's eyes lit up. Then he said to Yongya Chushue, "It seems that Su Yu is not an ordinary man. The golden flames forbidden wood is related to the whereabouts of the Kylin Divine Warrior. However, he didn't tell us about it. The Kylin Divine Warrior was the only one among the 9 Divine Warriors whose corpse was missing. This meant he had inherited the inheritance of a Divine Warrior." Yongya Chushue said with a naughty smile, "This is also the reason why I chose him. He has the blood of the World Annihilation Emperor. the heaven-defying divine warrior as the divine Laksana, and the whereabouts of the Kylan divine warrior. The three divine warriors are intertwined with each other. He is a man with great luck. Maybe I will get some unexpected gains in the lost nation. Yongyi said as he nodded his head, I hope so. The empire is full of internal and external troubles. I have a bad feeling about the appearance of the 9 Emperor tablet. His murmur echoed in the silent palace. After returning to the Shangguan mansion, Bai Yunfei said gratefully, Brother Su, thanks to you, we could defeat Grand Tutor Yuan's plot. This is a small gift from us. Bai Yunfei and Zheng Xiaoliang, who had recovered, were grateful and fawning over Su Yu. They gave him a palm-sized puppet. At first glance, Su Yu found it quite familiar, as if he had seen it before. Seeing Su Yu was confused, Bai Yunfei said with a smile, This is the forbidden weapon of the Imperial Guards, the giant divine soldier. It is a deity-level puppet made by the civilization of the ancient god realm. Its combat power is equal to that of a deity. Brother Su, you can use this thing to save your life if you are in danger in the devil realm. However, Brother Su, you must not be discovered by Grand Tutor Yuan's people when you use this thing. This is a forbidden weapon, and no one except the Imperial Guards is allowed to use it. Once it is discovered by Grand Tutor Yuan's people, you will be in big trouble. The giant divine soldier? Su Yu suddenly remembered that Wang Zixuan of the Great Eastern Alliance had found an incomplete ancient blueprint and used it to make a puppet at the level of an early-stage prospective deity. No wonder it looked so familiar. They were the same thing. The difference was that the blueprint of the ancient god realm was complete, and it could make a deity-level puppet. Su Yu's eyes lit up as he asked, Do you have the blueprint of this thing? Bai Yunfei said as he nodded his head, Yes, all the blueprints of the ancient weapons were sealed in the ice-sealed river bottom by Grand Tutor Yuan for protection. This time, we're going to take out all the blueprints. Hearing that, Su Yu was overjoyed. If they could make a large number of deity-level puppets, the gap between the realm of demons and the Eastern Alliance would be overtaken easily. Chapter 1333. Seeing that Su Yu had accepted the puppet, Bai Yunfei and the other 3 left with smiles on their faces. Please search to see the full list. The novel of the day. Just as Su Yu was studying it carefully, a hearty laughter came from outside the house. Hee hee, it seems like you've already gotten a good reward. Su Yu shuddered and went out to greet him. Greetings, Commander Shangguan. Shangguan Feiyu was in good spirits. He waved his hand and said with a smile, No need to greet me. As he spoke, he looked Su Yu up and down, then chuckled and said, Even I didn't expect that the trip to the Devil Realm would depend on you. Otherwise, I would have fallen into that old man's trap. Su Yu replied modestly, It was just a fluke. If I were to try again, I might not be able to succeed. Hey, you don't have to be so modest. This is all thanks to you. No one can deny it. As Shangguan Feiyu said this, he took out an icy blue soft armor made of strange fish scales from his bosom and said, This is a defensive soft armor given to me by the monarch when I was fighting in the north and the south. It's called the ice blue godly armor. In terms of material, it's equivalent to the top-notch defense of a tribe leader. If you activate it, very few people in the imperial city can activate it. I am a fair person. Since you have made a great contribution, you should be rewarded. Shangguan Feiyu threw the armor to Su Yu. It's yours now. Su Yu took it and touched it. Immediately, he sensed that the material was extraordinary. It could resist a strike of a tribe leader. If he could instill divine energy into it, it could resist the powerful attacks of Dakini and Alliance Master Luo. For Su Yu, who lacked defensive treasures, it was a rare treasure. Thank you, Commander. Su Yu accepted it naturally. His eyes flickered as he asked, Commander, did you come here today for another matter? Shangguan Feiyu replied with a smile, Of course. The trip to the frozen river bottom is about to begin. It's time for us to officially hand over the deal. Nodding his head, Su Yu took out a jade bottle that contained 2 drops of the World Annihilation Emperor's blood. Shangguan Feiyu's eyes lit up with eagerness. Su Yu threw it to Shangguan Feiyu and said, "Commander, I hope you can keep your promise." Shangguan Feiyu grabbed the divine blood and said with a smile, "I always keep my promise. You can go to the ice-sealed river bottom as you wish. However, it depends on Bai Yunfei and the others whether you can find the map you want." After Su Yu left, the joy on Shangguan Feiyu's face was replaced by solemnity. He said, "Is there any reply from Elder Chiu?" The attendant beside him said, "No news yet." At this moment, a hasty aura descended upon the mansion and landed in front of Shangguan Feiyu. That aged face, who else could it be but the old man guarding the heaven-fighting 3 styles? However, at this moment, only his divine soul was left. His physical body had been shattered, and his God Source origin had strangely dried up. "Elder Chiu, your injury." Shangguan Feiyu was surprised. He helped Elder Chiu up and started to treat his injury. Chiu Lai was sent by Shangguan Feiyu to investigate the origins of the World Annihilation Emperor's divine blood in Su Yu's hands. Unexpectedly, he returned with severe injuries in just 2 or 3 days. Flying rain. Something bad has happened. A large-scale war has broken out in the southern region. Elder Chiu spat out a mouthful of black blood and said anxiously. Shangguan Feiyu was shocked. "What? A war? Who was the one who injured you? Among the 99 tribes, which tribe leader could injure you? Also, where are the strong men who went with you?" Shangguan Feiyu was shocked by the series of anxious questions. "It was the Mermaid Emperor. He severely injured me within 3 moves. If it weren't for the guards who covered my retreat, I wouldn't have been able to escape." Undoubtedly, those guards who covered his retreat had been wiped out. Shangguan Feiyu raised his eyebrows. "The Mermaid Emperor? How could it severely injure you within 3 moves?" Elder Chiu's face turned pale. He said in a low voice, "It must have been possessed by a powerful creature." After thinking for a while, Shangguan Feiyu gave him a drop of spiritual liquid. "Heal your injury first." Elder Chiu swallowed the spiritual liquid. With the help of his divine strength, he stabilized his disintegrating divine soul. He said, "The southern region is in turmoil. More than half of the 99 tribes have fallen into the enemy's hands and become the subordinates of the Mermaid tribe. If they hadn't attacked me when I was in the Yiksha tribe, we wouldn't have known that the southern region is in such turmoil." Shangguan Feiyu was a little surprised. "More than half of the tribes have fallen into the enemy's hands. How fast? It was peaceful several months ago. Who is this possessed Mermaid Emperor?" After thinking for a while, Shangguan Feiyu said seriously, "No matter what, as a military officer, I have to punish the tribes in person for their rebellion. In addition," Shangguan Feiyu said, "do you have any information about the source of the World Annihilation Emperor's divine blood?" Elder Chiu said hesitantly, "Yes, but I suggest you stop investigating it. It will be very dangerous for you." There were not many things that could put Shangguan Feiyu, the #1 military officer of the empire, in danger. "Oh!" Shangguan Feiyu looked around vigilantly. He said, "Just tell me." Elder Chiu said very cautiously, "Grand Supreme." "He is the mastermind behind this." Shangguan Feiyu's pupils constricted gradually. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, "So, Su Yu's divine blood is... he was the one who snatched it." Elder Chiu said helplessly, "I think that kid is not bad. It's a pity that he offended such a person. Nobody in the empire can save him." Shangguan Feiyu was stunned a bit. Then he sighed, "Alas! It's a pity. If the Grand Supreme wants to kill him, nobody can save him. Ask Bai Yunfei and the others to keep a distance from him in case they are accidentally hurt." Shangguan Feiyu sighed helplessly. Then he disappeared. 2 days later, the 5 people from the Imperial Sacred Faction, The 5 descendants of military officers and the 5 descendants of civil officers arrived in front of the imperial palace. The descendants of the military officials and the descendants of the civil officials were hostile to each other, and they were as incompatible as fire and water. "Su Yu, I will remember you," Fu Hongqin said as he stared at Su Yu with hatred in his eyes. He also felt he was defeated unjustly. If he was in his prime, he wouldn't have been defeated by a stage for mortal fairy. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders indifferently as he stared at the 5 people from the imperial sacred faction. 3 deities and 2 later stage prospective deities were powerful. This time, the imperial sacred faction had made a great effort to excavate the creation-level civilization weapon in the Saint Realm. The 5 of them were probably the most outstanding young cultivators in the past 100 years. If they were killed in the ice-sealed river bottom, the imperial sacred faction couldn't afford the consequences. What exactly was that creator-level civilization weapon? Su Yu was quite curious. "If you have nothing else to do, let's go. We will meet in the Xuemon building of the Xue Nation in the North Territory before the ice-sealed river is unfrozen," Yongye Wuheng said. The 3 deities from the imperial sacred faction were the fastest. They wanted to go to the ice-sealed river first to make preparations. The Xuemon building of the Xue Nation in the North Territory was the closest force to the ice-sealed river. After saying that, Yongye Wuheng and his team set off first. Then, Grand Tutor Yuan and his team left at the same time. Bai Yunfei and the other 4 people left last. Bai Yunfei said apologetically, "Brother Su, we have to go to the Wuji Celestial Mountain on our way. I'm afraid we can't go with you." Su Yu said calmly, "You can make your own arrangements. I can go alone." "Okay, Brother Su, take care," Bai Yunfei and the other 4 people said. Then they flew to the ice-sealed river in a strange aircraft. Su Yu was lost in thought on the spot. Before this, Bai Yunfei and the other 3 people flattered Su Yu a lot. However, when they were about to go with him, they left Su Yu alone. Su Yu was a smart man. How could he not see that? "Okay, it will be more convenient for me to go alone," Su Yu said to himself. Then he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. After he left, several strange, black-robed figures appeared soundlessly at the place where he had just stood. One of them grabbed a wisp of Su Yu's remaining aura and sniffed it lightly. Then he locked onto Su Yu's direction and curled his lips into a mocking smile. "I haven't played the hunter game for a long time. Ha! Ha!" 1 month later, Su Yu left the imperial city and arrived at the border of the Xue Nation in the North Territory. The Xue Nation in the North Territory was a country in name. Actually, it was an affiliated force of the empire. The Xue-style tribe had helped the Eternal Darkness Imperial Sacred Faction to conquer the world of the World Annihilation Imperial Sacred Faction. Because of their great contribution, the Eternal Darkness Imperial Sacred Faction gave the Xue-style tribe the icy North Territory as their fief. That was the origin of the Xue Nation in the North Territory. It was snowing all year round in the Xue Nation. The climate was cold all year round. The chilly air contained a special power that could even affect deities. As soon as Su Yu stepped into the territory of the Xue Nation, he felt chilly and slowed down a lot. Duh. Walking in a snowy wasteland, Su Yu suddenly heard the sound of water flowing from afar. He looked into the distance and found many strange creatures in the water that looked like horses were running in the wasteland. There were no less than 7 or 8 transparent icemen riding on top of the creature. They were chasing after a little critter that was fleeing in panic with all their might. "Are they hunters?" Su Yu murmured. A group of hunters galloped past Su Yu expressionlessly. The splashing snowflakes blotted out the sky and blocked Su Yu's sight. Su Yu gently raised his arm, stretched out 2 fingers, and pinched the snowflakes in the air. Between his fingers, there was an arrow that was as dark as ink. "After following me for so long, you finally made your move." Su Yu flicked his fingers and threw away the arrow. He slowly raised his deep, cold eyes and looked at the other side of the wind and snow. In the wind and snow, a vague figure walked slowly. He was tall and straight, carrying a heavy giant bough on his back. He walked toward Su Yu step by step and said calmly through the wind and snow, "What a strong sense of perception! I took advantage of the right time and place to shoot an arrow, but you still found it easily and caught it." The wind and snow were right time. The chilly air of the Xue Nation in the North Territory affected Su Yu's flexibility because of the geographical advantage. He had been tracking Su Yu for a month and did not make his move until he seized the perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, he was still found by Su Yu. Su Yu turned his head and looked at him quietly. His soul strength was comparable to that of a deity. Otherwise, he might not have found this arrow. No wonder. Su Yu thought of the reason why Bai Yun Fei and the others kept a distance from him. Perhaps Shangguan Feiyu knew some dangerous people were following Su Yu. The man walked to 1,000 feet away and stood still. It was a strange man with 4 eyes. Each of his eyes was extremely sharp. 4 eyes, golden bow, good at tracking. You are the bloodline of the arrow slave of the World Annihilation Imperial Sacred Faction. Su Yu said slowly, "It is said that your bloodline has disappeared along with the destruction of the World Annihilation Imperial Sacred Faction. I didn't expect there is still one of you. It seems the one who ordered you to kill me is not an ordinary person." In the Imperial City, Su Yu had learned about the details of the Empire many times and learned some information about the World Annihilation Imperial Sacred Faction. Among them was information about the Arrow Slave. The Arrow Slave was a slave of the World Annihilation Imperial Sacred Faction. He was born to be good at archery. His archery skills were the best in the entire era. Even the 9 emperors didn't dare to compete with the Arrow Slave in archery. It was said that the chief of the Arrow Slave once shot an arrow through hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers and killed a declining faction master of the Imperial Sacred Faction. Even an ordinary arrow slave could be extremely lethal with a bow and arrow in their hands. An arrow slave at the level of an ordinary deity could easily kill a tribe leader. In the era of the World Annihilation Empire, the existence of the arrow slave was like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of many deities. No one knew whether they would be killed by the arrows of the arrow slave from far away. The fear of the arrow slave had been recorded in many historical records. Therefore, after the fall of the World Annihilation Empire, the bloodline of the Arrow Slave was also slaughtered by the World Annihilation Imperial family. Su Yu didn't expect that there were still alive Arrow Slaves who were sent to kill Su Yu. You don't need to mention the name of the past anymore. You just need to know that today, I am here to kill you. The Arrow Slave stood still. Su Yu said lightly, "It depends on whether you have the ability to do so." As he said that, Su Yu suddenly waved his left palm in the air. A red space energy wrapped the arrow on the ground and teleported it away. When it reappeared, it was a snowy mountain tens of thousands of feet away. The arrow bombarded the back of the snowy mountain. With a sudden explosion, it burst out with destructive power and blew up the ancient snowy mountain. Along with an angry roar, several figures appeared behind the collapsed snowy mountain. The roar was very familiar. It was the Yiksha king who was surrounded by demonic energy. As for the other 2, they were strange deities. However, their auras were extremely strong, not weaker than the Yiksha king at all. One of them was surrounded by thunderbolts, while the other was covered by dense black flames. They were both exuding a dangerous aura. Together with the Arrow Slave, there were a total of 4 killers at the level of the tribe leader. The Arrow Slave slightly stared at Su Yu and said, "Oh, how did you know that arrow was not ordinary? How did you find out about the hidden killer?" Su Yu said lightly, "Isn't it simple? As the descendant of the Arrow Slave, it is hard to believe that the arrow you shot was the arrow of the legendary Arrow Slave. Therefore, there must be something special about this arrow. As for the 3 of them, you are a killer who can attack from a distance, but you deliberately stayed close to me. Didn't you want to attract my attention so that they could hide?" Hearing that, the arrow slave grinned and said in a creepy tone, "I haven't met such an interesting prey for a long time." However, you don't know one thing. The 4 eyes of the arrow slave burst out a cruel arc. That is, the arrow I shot just now was more than one. Suddenly, Su Yu's heart trembled. A sense of crisis suddenly struck him. Chapter 1334. Su Yu's body was covered with a dreamy blue luster. Right at that moment, a pitch-black arrow shot out from behind Su Yu abruptly and hit him in the back. The boundless force, which was wrapped in strong poison, pierced through Su Yu's clothes and went straight into his back. This arrow, which had appeared out of nowhere and possessed boundless power, was far more powerful than the previous arrow, and it gave Su Yu a fatal blow. The arrow slave said with a sarcastic smile, "Rest in peace." The archery of the arrow slave is divided into the dark arrow and the open arrow. What you blocked was the open arrow. The open arrow is used to attract the enemy's attention. The dark arrow is the real killer move. Just now, he shot 2 arrows at the same time. The open arrow was caught by Su Yu easily. However, the dark arrow was shot over Su Yu's head, silently. At this moment, it suddenly changed direction and gave Su Yu an unexpected fatal blow. This amazing arrow was created by a series of confusing means. There was a reason why the arrow slave was so feared in the era of the World Annihilation Emperor. His archery was really terrifying. However, this arrow didn't pierce through Su Yu's body as the arrow slave had expected. Even the great force of the arrow didn't knock Su Yu's body away. Instead, with a soft sound, the arrow seemed to hit something. Then, Su Yu's body was covered with a dreamy blue luster. A black arrow with a ferocious, sharp beak fell from Su Yu's back and fell to the ground. Su Yu said with a faint smile, "It seems that your archery is not as good as the rumors say." Although he looked calm, he was very vigilant. This time it was his back. At this critical moment, the ice-blue divine armor protected him from the fatal blow. What if it was aimed at his head? In terms of threat, this arrow slave was really terrifying. The arrow slave deserved his reputation. The 4 eyes of the arrow slave were shining brightly. The ice-blue divine armor? Shangguan Feiyu is really generous. Yiksha King, you guys attack. I will watch from the side and find a chance to attack. The arrow slave slowly stepped back. The Yiksha King and the other 2 deities stood in the front line. This man is sinister, cunning, and full of tricks. There's no need to waste your breath on him. Let's capture him first, then interrogate him for the whereabouts of the descendants of the World Annihilation Emperor, the Yiksha King bellowed. Demonic energy flickered all over his body, and he turned into a flash of lightning that instantly approached within 100 feet of Su Yu. Extinguish thoughts. The Yiksha King's eyes surged with extremely dense devil chi. At such a close distance, his eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of black light that seemed almost solid. Su Yu furrowed his brows. How could he be careless when facing the attack of a tribe leader? With a thought, the water element on the surface of his body surged, and his body moved 1,000 feet horizontally. The pitch-black light brushed past Su Yu's fragmentary shadow. There was a weak aura left in the water, which made Su Yu feel dizzy. Su Yu was shocked. This was only the remnant aura. If he was hit by the 2 black lights, wouldn't he become dizzy and unable to extricate himself? Being besieged by 4 powerful tribe kings, a moment of dizziness was enough for him to die 100 times. Just as he was feeling shocked, the Yiksha King once again dashed over like a bolt of lightning and used the strange faith-extinguishing technique at close range. However, this time, just as he was about to approach, he shook his sleeve and suddenly shook out a large number of small golden balls. All of them were thumb-sized, and there were 99 of them. The sphere's appearance was extremely abrupt, and it revolved around Su Yu at a high speed all of a sudden. With Su Yu as the center, it formed a golden storm. Bang! Bang! The Yiksha King, who was trapped in the golden storm, was pierced by the golden flames forbidden with beads one after another. In the blink of an eye, his body was riddled with thousands of holes. Groaning in pain, the demonic energy in the Yaksha king's body surged, forcibly resisting the golden flames forbidden with beads around him. Then, he immediately retreated from the golden storm. The two tribe king deities, surrounded by thunderbolts and black flames, rushed over side by side to protect the Yaksha king. Looking at the Yaksha king's body, the relaxed look on their faces disappeared. There were thousands of thumb-sized holes all over the Yaksha king's body. Not a single inch of his body was intact. A large amount of divine blood flowed out of the holes. The two of them were secretly shocked. If the Yaksha king's reaction had been a little slower, he would have been killed by the golden flames forbidden with beads. The Yaksha king stared at the golden storm with a gloomy look on his face. "Don't you only have 9? How could you have so many?" The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener knew it. Very few people knew that Su Yu had 9 golden flames forbidden with beads. The Yaksha king actually knew about it. The big shot behind him was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. After defeating the Yaksha king, Su Yu wrapped himself in the golden storm. At the same time, the power of water surged, condensing into a boundless undercurrent around him, pushing him away quickly. Trying to run away? As soon as he moved, the deity surrounded by thunderbolts suddenly shot out dazzling thunderbolts from his eyes. The thunderbolts almost teleported, bombarding the golden storm in the blink of an eye. With a dull sound, the golden storm, which was spinning at a high speed, was disturbed by a tyrannical external force and fell into disorder. The golden balls of the golden flames forbidden would scattered in all directions. However, under Su Yu's control, most of them went in the direction of the Yaksha king and the others. What was even more amazing was that with the help of his attack, the scattered golden flames forbidden with beads became even faster and more terrifying. "Oh no, he has been tricked. He is using your attack." The Yaksha king had fought with Su Yu before, so he immediately understood Su Yu's intention. Su Yu had no intention of running away, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The deity, who was covered in black flames, opened his mouth and spat out a sky full of raging flames, which transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall flaming giant. He put his hands together and grasped the incoming beads. However, right at that moment, an extremely sharp blade, which could cut through everything in the world, suddenly attacked. It was aimed at the Yaksha king. The Yaksha king's pupils constricted. He saw a golden arrow burning with golden flames coming straight at him at an extremely fast speed. Without thinking, the Yaksha king shouted and took out a defensive treasure that was a replica of an emperor-based saint artifact. It was a snow-white leaf. Leaf of heavenly India. The snow-white leaf immediately multiplied into hundreds of pieces, which rotated to form a shield in front of the Yaksha king. Poof! However, what made the Yaksha king gasp was that the hundreds of white leaves were instantly pierced through by the arrow. This was a replica of an emperor-based saint artifact. If he had known that a round ball could easily break through an emperor-based saint artifact, then the arrow of the golden flames forbidden would be even sharper and indestructible. At that critical moment, the deity, who was covered in black flames, shouted in a low voice. The 10,000-foot-tall flaming giant roared and rushed over, blocking the arrow with its palms. Poof! With another dull sound, the flaming giant was pierced through. The deity, who was covered in black flames, groaned, and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. The deity, who was surrounded by thunder and lightning, was shocked. He immediately condensed a large amount of thunder and lightning, which weaved into a thunder net, in an attempt to stop the arrow. However, a thunderous explosion resounded, and the thunder net was mercilessly broken. The golden arrow went straight for the Yaksha king without any hesitation. The 3 tribe leaders couldn't stop the sharpness of the golden arrow at all. The Yaksha king was horrified. He had an illusion that death was coming. However, right at that moment, a cold laugh came from behind them. "With me here, do you think you can kill them?" Swoosh! 2 black arrows, one in the light and one in the dark, shot towards them unpredictably. The arrow in the light was in front, and the arrow in the dark was behind. The two arrows collided with the tip of the golden arrow in the void. The golden flames forbidden wood was indestructible. The arrow in the light was split in half from the arrowhead. However, the arrow in the dark took advantage of the situation. The ferocious arrowhead burst out with amazing explosive power, producing a strong shock wave that forcibly changed the trajectory of the golden flames forbidden wood. With a swoosh, the golden flames forbidden wood deviated from its original direction. It brushed past the Yiksha King's head, shot through the snowy mountain behind him, and went straight into the sky. The Yiksha King broke out in a cold sweat after having just escaped from the gates of hell. After the fear, the Yiksha King's desire to kill became stronger. He had to kill this man. However, before he could calm down from the lingering fear, the Yiksha King suddenly felt that he was locked on by an even more terrible crisis. Looking up, he saw an ancient-looking cannon with cracks all over it. He didn't know when Suyu had taken it out, but it was aimed directly at him. Suyu had taken out a jar of divine blood and was pouring it into the cannon. The cannon seemed to have been nourished, and a destructive power was brewing in the barrel of the cannon. One look at it made the Yiksha King shiver. The Annihilation Cannon. One of the reasons why the 4 tribe leaders attacked a mere stage for Mortal Fairy at the same time was because of this terrible Annihilation Cannon. It could destroy a tribe leader with a single shot. If they had defended with all their strength, they might have been able to resist it. However, among the 4 of them, the Yiksha King's defensive treasure had been destroyed, and the magical powers of the Black Flame Immortal and the Thunderbolt Immortal had just been broken. They couldn't defend for a second time in such a short time. Even the arrow slave, who was the most powerful person in this battle, had just shot 2 arrows. The timing of the Annihilation Cannon's appearance was so exquisite that it made people despair. Thinking back to Suyu's actions, he had first distracted them with a round bead, then used the powerful arrows to make them defend with all their strength, and then destroyed their defenses one by one. In the end, he had chosen this delicate moment to use the most terrible Annihilation Cannon. Seeing through Suyu's intentions, everyone present gasped. Under such a dangerous situation, Suyu was still able to advance step by step in an orderly manner and force them into a desperate situation. Such a calm and almost cold-blooded temperament caused them to suddenly feel a sense of fear. Boom! The Annihilation Cannon was finally launched. A mass of purple light shot out from the cannon, leaving a long residual shadow on the white snow field, and headed straight for the Yiksha King. Run! The Black Flame Immortal and the Thunderbolt Immortal were terrified. They didn't dare to touch the Annihilation Cannon, which had been passed down from the ancient civilization of the God Realm. The cannon was aimed at the Yiksha King. They couldn't resist it, and they didn't want to die for the Yiksha King. In the distance, the arrow slave's face was also gloomy. He had just shot 2 arrows with the longbow in his hand to block the attack of the Annihilation Cannon. However, the purple light from the Annihilation Cannon was not damaged at all. It pierced through the mountains and rivers and shot toward the Yiksha King in an unstoppable manner. The Yiksha King was sweating profusely. He flew into the sky in terror, trying to escape. However, the cold purple light mercilessly destroyed it in midair, not even leaving a scrap behind. The remaining purple light broke through the water and went straight to the end of the endless water. The horrible destructive power still remained in the air, which was very frightening. Crack! After the attack, the Annihilation Cannon in front of Suyu finally couldn't bear it anymore. The cracks on its surface expanded, and the whole cannon broke into countless pieces. A tribe king was destroyed by the cannon in such an unstoppable way. The power of the cannon shocked Suyu greatly. The only pity was that the Annihilation Cannon had been lost for a long time and couldn't be replicated. Chapter 1335. The 2 deities also felt that this was a tricky situation. The Yiksha King, who was at the level of a tribe leader, was killed so easily. If they were careless, they would end up the same way. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire. The two deities looked at each other and performed their divine paths together. One was the thunderbolt divine path, and the other was the black fire divine path. Two gods appeared in the sky, one in the south and the other in the north. They looked at Suyu from a distance and sandwiched him in the middle. One was covered with roaring thunder, and the other was covered with black fire. The thunderbolt, virtual shadow, raised his left hand. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and thunderbolts that were hundreds of feet thick kept rumbling. The black fire figure waved his right hand, and the earth suddenly cracked. Black flames that could burn everything were burning fiercely. Above his head was the terrible thunder, and under his feet was the black flame similar to the disastrous fire. After the combination of the two, an inexplicable destructive power was produced. Wisps of pitch-black mist that could be seen with the naked eye were born in this world out of thin air. Suyu grabbed with both hands and took back the 99 scattered golden flames forbidden with beads. He scattered them to protect himself 1,000 feet away. When one of the beads touched the black mist, an amazing scene appeared. The golden flames forbidden with bead was melted. Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. The hardness of the golden flames forbidden with bead was melted. Their divine paths were not weak. After the combination, the black mist that was produced was even more terrible. The thunder and fire divine paths are fused. Boy, you must be surprised. Only one deity can fuse their divine paths with each other among tens of thousands of deities. In order to ensure that you can be killed, my lord has put in a lot of effort. The arrow slave said with a hideous smile. Suddenly, he loosened his fingers and took out the golden bow hidden on his back. He shot 2 arrows that had been prepared for a long time. Suyu hurriedly dodged the arrows. The bright arrow exploded, while the dark arrow disappeared and hid in the dark, ready to attack Suyu at any time. However, the arrow slaves didn't stop. They kept shooting arrows in the light and in the dark. Suyu only had the strength to defend himself, but had no time to escape or stop them. I will suppress this man. You are responsible for fusing the divine paths. The arrow slave easily suppressed Suyu from a distance. He smiled playfully. I haven't met such an interesting prey for a long time. Not only was he smart, but he could also kill the hunter. This was challenging. Suyu frowned secretly. The arrow slave was really tricky. Seeing the divine paths of the two deities fused together, the black fog between heaven and earth became extremely dense and almost everywhere. While Suyu was dodging the arrows, he still had to be wary of the black fog. No, if this went on, he would definitely die. Suyu's heart sank. As he stared at the fog that filled the sky, the figure of an icy woman appeared behind him. Omnidirectional destruction. Suyu bellowed, and the icy woman behind him spat out a mouthful of cold air. Wherever the cold air passed, the world froze into ice. The black mist froze as well. Seizing this opportunity, a transparent figure appeared behind Suyu again. It was the divine path of concealment and camouflage that he had learned by force. Conceal! With a light shout, Suyu's whole body turned transparent and disappeared from his original spot. At the same time, under the effect of the chain of rules, Suyu's aura disappeared without a trace. Arrow slave's fingers paused. He looked around and sneered, interesting. It was getting more and more interesting. Even a tribe leader might not be able to do such a brilliant concealment technique. Today, I really met a very interesting prey. However, it is too optimistic to think that you can get rid of me in such a way. Arrow slave pointed his bow and arrow to the sky and sneered, Heavenly flower shower! 2 black arrows, one bright and one dark, were shot into the sky. Then they exploded in the air at the same time and turned into fragments. Those fragments burned by themselves and fell down to the ground like sparks, covering a large area. The sparks were so dense that nothing could hide in the area covered by them. When they fell somewhere, one of the sparks seemed to hit something in the air and suddenly bounced off. Arrow slave's eyes were sharp, so he found it immediately and shot an arrow at it without thinking. With a muffled groan, a transparent figure shook for a moment and was shaken out of the void. It was Suyu. At this time, the divine path of the two deities finally reached the upper realm. Raging thunder and fire. The sky thunder exploded and the earth fire soared into the sky. Two forces from the sky and the earth hit the world at the same time. Under the impact of the two powerful forces, the black mist in the world suddenly surged violently like a raging river, rushing in all directions. Whatever it touched, it turned into nothingness. The beads of the golden flames forbidden were no exception. Suyu's face was gloomy. Being in the black mist all over the sky, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. With a low shout, he recalled the beads of the golden flames forbidden wood in the sky. Without thinking, Suyu retreated from this area before the black mist completely became violent. However, as soon as he moved his feet, a hidden arrow suddenly shot out at this time, blocking Suyu's steps. Suyu had to slow down and carefully avoid the entanglement. He managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts and blocked it with the ice blue divine armor. However, the two arrows of the arrow slave shot at him again. The bright arrow suddenly exploded when it was 100 feet away from Suyu. The strong shock wave stirred the black mist even more violently. Suyu didn't notice it and was sprayed on his chest by a mass of black mist. In an instant, his chest turned into powder. The arrow slave in the distance smiled as if he had killed his prey, but the next moment his smile suddenly froze. With Suyu at the center, a jade-green halo appeared within 1,000 feet, encircling him within it. His destroyed chest was restored in an instant. Moreover, no matter how the black mist destroyed him, he recovered immediately. What is this thing? The divine path? The arrow slave was stunned and then smiled coldly. Let's see how long you can hold on. As he said that, he backhanded 2 arrows. Suyu's eyes were filled with killing intent, but he had no time to care about him. If he didn't escape from this place before the undead realm ended, no matter how strong his body was, he couldn't be stronger than the golden flames forbidden wood. Ignoring the 2 arrows that had pierced through his body, Suyu sped away from the world at lightning speed. Chase him. That realm should have a time limit. Hold on, don't let him escape. The black flame immortal sneered. Don't worry, since the creation of our divine path, no one has ever escaped from it. Even a level 5 deity would lose a layer of skin if he didn't die, let alone him. For people and 2 groups, one chasing and the other chasing. Suyu used all his strength to leave this place quickly. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Suyu arrived at the edge of this place. The black mist here was extremely thin, so the threat was greatly reduced. It was also at this moment that Suyu's life realm was lifted. Taking a light breath, Suyu took a step forward. However, at this moment, the Thunderbolt Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal shouted at the same time, "Explode!" Suddenly, the thunder in the sky and the flames on the ground exploded at the same time. The resulting explosive power completely destroyed a part of the world. The terrible impact swept the black mist between the sky and the earth away crazily. The range of the radiation was 10 times larger than this place. Unless the strength of a level 5 deity, there was no chance of escaping. In front of the magnificent black mist that swept across the sky, Suyu was swallowed up like an ant in an instant. The Arrow Slave, the Thunderbolt Immortal, and the Black Flame Immortal, who were watching the scene from afar, heaved a long sigh of relief. Humph! Humph! No one has ever escaped alive under the Thunderbolt Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal. The Thunderbolt Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal said proudly. The Arrow Slave smiled regretfully. It's a pity that I haven't encountered such a prey for a long time. After saying that, the Arrow Slave waited for the black mist to dissipate. Then he walked to the place where Suyu was swallowed up and looked around. Let's search together. His storage space should not have been destroyed. Most likely it was left nearby. The Black Flame Immortal and the Thunderbolt Immortal also came over and looked around. Killing Su Yu was their second task. Taking back the descendant of the World Annihilation Emperor was their most important task. However, at this moment, the Black Flame Immortal suddenly screamed. A golden long sword appeared abruptly and pierced through his head. The Thunderbolt Immortal's face changed greatly. With a roar, the fierce power of thunder washed the area within 1,000 feet of the Black Flame Immortal crazily. In the void, a dull groan came out. The voice was so familiar. Who else could it be if it was not Su Yu who they thought had killed? Oh no, he is not dead. The arrow slave was shocked. Then he shouted and stepped back first. As a quick-witted person, he immediately realized that the three of them had been fooled. Su Yu was not dead. Instead, he had hidden himself to make the three of them lower their guard. However, as soon as he stepped back, the arrow slave's face changed abruptly. Wait, don't scatter. You are quite quick to react. At this moment, a cold voice came into the arrow slave's ears. Another golden long sword flashed out of the void and pierced through the arrow slave's heart without any warning. With a puff, the arrow slave's heart was pierced through in an instant. He was Su Yu's real target. The threat of this man was far greater than the Thunderbolt Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal. The purpose of attacking the Black Flame Immortal was to make them panic and scatter so that it would be easier for him to kill the arrow slave. Otherwise, if the Thunderbolt Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal stopped him, it would be very difficult for Su Yu to kill the arrow slave. As expected, the Thunderbolt Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal had no time to rescue the arrow slave. They could only watch the golden sword piercing through the arrow slave's heart. Strangely, the Thunderbolt Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal did not show much anger. Instead, they attacked the arrow slave together. Even the ice-blue divine armor could not withstand the joint attack of the two of them. The enormous force shook Su Yu away and revealed his figure. There was blood at the corner of Su Yu's mouth. His face was slightly pale and showed signs of weakness. The moment the black fog erupted, Su Yu used the resurrection technique and hid himself amidst the chaotic aura. He had just suffered a blow from the Thunderbolt Immortal. Now, the two of them had joined forces to injure Su Yu. However, it was not a loss for him to suffer some injuries after killing the arrow slave. However, Su Yu suddenly found that the body of the arrow slave, whose heart was pierced through, was slowly turning around. A ferocious and vicious smile appeared on the arrow slave's face. Good, good. You are the first one who almost killed my prey. When he turned around, Su Yu was shocked. There was no blood flowing out of his broken chest. Instead, it was filled with metallic materials. Su Yu opened his soul eyes and saw through the arrow slave's body. His pupils shrank. This body, in his soul eyes, the arrow slave did not have a body at all. It was just a machine made of metal. However, the soul of the arrow slave was attached to the machine. Ha 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 ha! You found me. I am an artificial creature from the civilization of the ancient god realm. As long as my soul is still here, I can change my body at will. The arrow slave laughed hideously. Then he raised his golden bow and said mockingly, I admire your quick-wittedness. Unfortunately, this is the end of it. The Thunderbolt Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal's eyes lit up. Then they took a deep breath. Suddenly, the atmosphere around them was stirred up and gathered around them. At the same time, the black mist also gathered around them. Chapter 1336. In just an instant, this part of the world was once again filled with that terrifying black mist. Please search to see the full list. The novel of the Desu, you had already used the domain of life and the resurrection of the dead in succession. So he couldn't bear the attack of the black fog again. You have nowhere to go. The arrow slave loosened his fingers and used the same trick to entangle Su Yu with 2 arrows. Su Yu took a deep look at the 3 of them, while a 30-feet-long pair of black and white wings rose from his back and formed yin-yang tai chi symbol above his head. With a flap of his wings, heaven and earth were overturned, and yin and yang were reversed. In the next breath, Su Yu disappeared from his original spot. The 2 arrows shot by the arrow slave only penetrated a shadow. The supreme treasure of the Tai Ching Emperor, the Tai Chi Yin Yang wings. The arrow slave gasped in shock. The Thunderbolt Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal were also shocked. How could the treasure of the Tai Ching Emperor fall into his hands? Even so, how did he activate it? Such a top-notch Emperor-based saint weapon must be powered by divine energy. The group was shocked, unable to believe everything before their eyes. A bunch of trash. At this moment, an indifferent and cold snort floated down. Who's there? The 3 tribe leaders suddenly turned around. They saw a young man, dressed in black, slowly walking out from the snowstorm behind them. His figure was thin, and he stood ramrod straight. His facial features seemed to be chiseled with a knife, and his eyes were filled with innate indifference. The strangest thing was that it had a pair of pitch-black dragon horns on its head. Looking at this person, the arrow slave's face slightly changed. He didn't know why, but his heart inexplicably beat faster. He had a deep sense of crisis, even though the other party didn't do anything. The Thunder Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal also felt suffocated. Who are you? The arrow slave unconsciously pulled his golden bow. The black-robed youth said coldly, "And before you make a move against this sovereign, it's best for you to first weigh your own strength." The arrow slave raised his eyebrows and loosened his fingers. 2 arrows, piercing through the void, arrived in an instant. What was even more terrifying was that the black-clothed young man snorted, and 2 balls of pitch-black flames spurted out from his nostrils, burning the 2 arrows into nothingness. The arrow slave was shocked. The Thunderbolt Immortal and the Black Flame Immortal stared at the same black flame and felt their blood freeze. They shouted together, "Raging thunder fire!" With a muffled rumble, the black mist that had once again gathered in the world erupted, engulfing the black-clothed youth within it. But what made them shudder was that no matter what the black mist did, it couldn't hurt him at all. The black-clothed youth said in a condescending tone, "Ants." Then, with a wave of his hand, the black fog that filled the sky was swept away. This scene caused the 3 of them to be overwhelmed with shock. "I need all of you. Follow me." The black-robed youth stepped into the void with his hands behind his back. The arrow slave and the 2 enlightened masters looked at each other with fear in their eyes. They hesitated for a moment and then followed up without any resistance. The other party could easily neutralize their strongest attacks. If he really attacked them, he could definitely kill them in an instant. The next moment, Su Yu appeared on top of a cold, snowy peak. The Yin-Yang Tai Chi wings could travel billions of miles with a single thought. Looking at the snow-covered city below, the words Snow Tower came into view. Half a month earlier than planned, Su Yu thought to himself. Presumably, Bai Yunfei and the others had just arrived. As for the first prince and the others, they should have been here for a long time. Su Yu jumped into the snow tower. The city was full of creatures in the form of ice and snow that he saw on the snowy mountain that day. However, it was not uncommon to see aliens like Su Yu. Walking past an ice and snow pavilion, Su Yu suddenly felt a little murderous. He looked up and was shocked. "Kalen!" From the memory of the book deity, Su Yu knew that Kalen's breath had appeared in the Frogman tribe. He didn't expect to meet her here. At this moment, Kalen was leaning against the window on the 2nd floor, inadvertently glancing downstairs. Unexpectedly, she saw Su Yu. She was shocked and couldn't help but reveal a touch of murderous intent. However, on second thought, the murderous intent disappeared, revealing a complex expression. After falling into the ancient god realm for half a year, Kalen knew that it was impossible for her to return to the demon realm, and she was no longer the maid of Princess Yunxia. What was the point of killing Su Yu? "Why don't you come up and have a drink?" Kalen sighed. Su Yu pondered for a moment and chose to go upstairs. It was very simple. He also wanted to get away to leave the ancient god realm from Kalen. No. Unfortunately, when the 2 of them sat down, she immediately responded. Her pretty eyes flashed, and Kaylin was surprised. Do you want to go back? In the past, the two of them were mortal enemies. Now, they were drinking in a strange place, which was unimaginable in the past. Therefore, the atmosphere between the two of them was very strange. Hearing this, Su Yu was a little regretful. It seemed that he still had to find a replica of the World Annihilation Plate. Hearing Kaylin's words, Su Yu asked, "Don't you plan to go back to the Star River God Realm?" "Why should I go back? This lost God Realm is more than 10 times more prosperous than our Star River. In the Demon Realm, I can only be a level 6 deity, and I have no hope of seeing a higher level, but it is different here." Kaylin looked at Su Yu deeply and said, "I am different from you. You have great ambitions and have your eyes on the world. I only care about my own future." Su Yu sighed silently. It is better not to go back. The Star River is about to be destroyed. The Demon Realm and the Eastern and Western alliances will all become tributes for the giant of the Bitter Sea to break through the shackles. I think you will be no exception. After hesitating for a moment, Kaylin sighed faintly and looked much more relaxed. It is still early. The giant of the Bitter Sea has experienced thousands of years of reincarnation. Although he has reached the realm of level 1 deity, he still needs an opportunity to break through the shackles and become a medium deity. Oh, in this ancient god realm, he is also known as the Star River Overlord. It is not enough to swallow all the creatures. Su Yu's eyes flashed. What kind of opportunity do I need? The permission of a divine warrior of heaven and earth, that is a superior deity. Hearing this, Su Yu frowned deeply. The giant of the Bitter Sea has a way to find a divine warrior of heaven and earth? In the past, all the 9 divine warriors had died. How could he get the permission of a divine warrior of heaven and earth? However, without full confidence, what was the point of the giant of the Bitter Sea going through thousands of years of reincarnation? He has no way, but Princess Yunxia has a way, Kaylin said. Su Yu was surprised. Her. I just feel it. Kaylin frowned and said, "As her maid, I can feel that Princess Yunxia is different from ordinary people. She has a lot of things in this era. No, in the era of the ancient god realm." Su Yu's eyes flashed. For example, let ordinary demons transform into creatures of the Holy Magic Hall? Kaylin nodded. Exactly. I have been with her for many years, but I can't see through her at all, Kaylin said. After some conversation, Su Yu was curious about Princess Yunxia again. What was the background of this mysterious woman? Could she find the permission of a divine warrior of heaven and earth from the Star River, where the 9 divine warriors died, and let the giant of the Bitter Sea become a medium deity? Hey, Sister Kaylin, it is rare that you are interested in talking to a strange man. Kaylin got up and bowed in the direction of the source of the voice. Young master. Su Yu looked in the direction of the voice. It was a simple and lovely little girl of 15 or 16 years old. She was looking at Su Yu and Kaylin with curious eyes. Young master, this is an old friend of my Star River, Su Yu, Kaylin said calmly. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes widened. Ah, isn't he the bully who dominates the Star River and does all kinds of evil? Also, isn't he the one who caused you to fall into the God realm? Isn't he your mortal enemy? Why are you sitting together and talking? The bully who dominates the Star River and does all kinds of evil? Su Yu touched his nose and looked at Kaylin strangely. Is this his image in the demon dimension? The demon dimension is the one who does all kinds of evil, okay? Kaylin blushed and stopped the little girl from talking. She glared at her and said, "We have let go of the past." This little girl knew his identity, so it was not convenient for Su Yu to talk more with her. He cupped his hands and said, "See you later." After saying that, he immediately left without asking her to stay. Kaylin sighed. Young master, you deliberately revealed his origin, didn't you? The little girl, who had an innocent look on her face earlier, revealed a serious expression in the blink of an eye. She said unhurriedly, "I just wanted to test this person. He is indeed vigilant enough. When he found out that his identity was exposed, he decisively went into seclusion and did not drag his feet at all. I somewhat believe your evaluation of him. However, it is still hard for me to believe that he is really a person who plays with the world like you said. Kalen sighed in a low voice. No one will believe it until they experience it themselves. I used to be the same. Looking at the young master, Kalen said thoughtfully, Young master, if you want to achieve great things, you can conquer the world with him alone. Conquer the world with him alone. Good. If he can come back from the ice-sealed river bottom alive, I will believe what you said, the young master said with a smile. As soon as he left the pavilion, Su Yu sensed someone glancing at him. It was a prince of the Imperial Sacred Faction. Su Yu, since you are here, why don't you meet us immediately? The prince arrived and was surprised by Su Yu's speed. Su Yu looked at the pavilion and found the aura of Kalen, and the young master had disappeared. Something happened. Let's go. Take me to meet them. In an ice palace, this was the palace built by the imperial family for the monarch to travel. In the palace, Su Yu saw the 14 people who had gathered together and were discussing something. Su Yu was the last one to arrive. Yongya Wuheng was surprised. What? You are much faster than I expected. Bai Yunfei and the other 3 people were also surprised by Su Yu's words. Didn't they say Su Yu couldn't meet them alive? It seemed he was fine. Moreover, Su Yu was only 1 day later than them. They were traveling in an emperor-based saint artifact, which was very fast. After looking at Su Yu for a while, Yongya Wuheng's eyes flashed and he said in a sharp tone, Are you injured? Who beat you? We met some gangsters on the way. I have killed them. It's not a big deal. Su Yu smiled and changed the topic. The ice-sealed river will be unsealed in half a month. Is everything going well? No, Yongya Wuheng said. The rest of the people also looked very serious. Su Yu was surprised. What happened? Bai Yunfei wanted to save their relationship. So he said, Brother Su, the ice-sealed river is quite weird this time. I don't know what happened in the ruins. The age restriction and the number of people who can enter the ruins disappeared. Hearing that, Su Yu was also surprised. It didn't sound like a big deal, but the actual situation was much more serious. Without the age restriction and the number of people who could enter the ruins, any powerhouse could enter the ruins. Fortunately, this incident hasn't been spread out yet. Very few people know about it. Therefore, the powerhouses of the entire empire won't swarm in here. Bai Yunfei said disappointedly. He had thought the danger of the ruins was quite tricky. He didn't expect there would be a more dangerous mutation. Su Yu was a little relieved. Then he asked, Do you know the reason for the mutation? The restriction of the ruins at the bottom of the ice-sealed river was set by the ancient god realm. If it could be changed, the Empire of Darkness, which used to be the World Annihilation Empire, would have already searched the ruins. However, even the Imperial Sacred Faction couldn't change it. Who else could change it? I guess the Moonwatch sect did it, Yongya Wuheng said seriously. Su Yu frowned slightly. He had never heard of this name. It was not recorded in the historical records either. Chapter 1337. Yongya Wuheng glanced at Su Yu and said in a deep voice, The history of the Moonwatch sect is longer than that of any Imperial Sacred Faction. It is said that before the ancient god realm came to this place, the Moonwatch sect was already there. Su Yu was secretly shocked. An existence that was even more ancient than the ancient god realm. However, Su Yu knew that this lost ancient god realm used to be located in the Xing River. Its current location should be another mysterious place outside the Xing River. Who are they? Su Yu asked. Yongya Wuheng said, They are the original inhabitants of this place. We call them the primitive ancients. They arrived here earlier than the people of the ancient god realm. They worship the moon god, and all of them are followers of the moon god. They are collectively known as the Moonwatch sect. After the fall of the 9th Emperor, the Moonwatch sect launched a great counterattack and enslaved us, the new immigrants, for millions of years. After that, we secretly accumulated our strength and united with the 9 imperial sacred sects at that time to resist together. Only then did we manage to expel them back to the lost nation. Su, you couldn't help but look at Yongya Chushiwe when he heard about the lost nation. Since then, the Moonwatch sect has been active. Every tens of thousands of years, they would appear in the divine realm and start wars and chaos. In history, there was another imperial sacred faction that was wiped out by the Moonwatch sect. To this day, the Moonwatch sect is still a great threat to the ancient god realm. Su, you was not surprised by this. The ancient god realm was considered an invader. As the original inhabitants of the Moonwatch sect, they were naturally unwilling to resist. But where was this place? According to the evil god's narration, the sinful lady and the world annihilation dragon had descended upon the world and destroyed the Star River divine realm. The 9 emperors had to self-destruct in order to suppress the sinful girl and the dragon of annihilation. Then, peace returned to the god realm of the Starry River. However, right at this moment, a huge black shadow shrouded the destroyed Star River celestial territory. It was only after this incident that a large area of the Star River god domain collapsed and vanished without a trace. From the looks of it, the lost god domain had been teleported to this mysterious water realm. In this region of water, there were also residents from outside the ancient god realm. Naturally, the 2 sides started a war and began a long history of struggle. However, the history was hidden by the imperial sacred sect on purpose. Apart from the upper echelons of the dynasty, ordinary people didn't even know about the existence of the Archean citizens. After listening to Yongya Wuhing's narration, everyone's expression became even more solemn. For them, the Moonwatch sect was an extremely terrifying existence. Everyone was afraid of it. Bai Yunfei said, "The Moonwatch sect hasn't shown up for many years. It might not be their doing, right?" Yongya Wuhing sighed deeply and said, "I also hope so. However, a month ago, when I was exploring the ice-sealed river bottom, I fought with a woman. Judging from her moves, she is probably the new Saint Virgin of the Moonwatch sect, Luo Shui." Shua. All the people present sat up in shock and stared at Yongya Wuhing in inexplicable shock. On the other hand, the members of the sovereign family had a solemn look on their faces. It was obvious that they already knew about this. Fu Hongchen was shocked. "Prince Wuhing, how was your fight?" He did not doubt Yongya Wuhing's judgment because the way the Moonwatch sect attacked was very special, and it was impossible to hide it. This was the most important piece of information. Who was stronger, Yongya Wuhing or the new saintess? If the saintess was stronger, they would be in danger. Yongya Wuhing let out a bitter laugh and lifted the front of his shirt. A small and exquisite gray palm print was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. In the palm print, there was a trace of strange power, which was neither spiritual chi nor divine power. It was extremely evil. Hiss! It is indeed the unique sorcery power of the Moonwatch sect. Bai Yunfei gasped. Fu Hongchen's pupils constricted, and he said, "In that case, the fight, it was a draw," Yongya Wuhing said calmly, but he hid the truth in his heart. It was a draw because the saintess of the Moonwatch sect didn't want to tremble. If the fight had continued, he would have died in less than 10 rounds. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. According to the information we have received, mysterious people have been walking around the ice-sealed river bottom in the past 10 years. I think the changes in the ice-sealed river bottom must have something to do with the Moonwatch sect. No one had any objection to that. If there was anyone who could change the relic that even the Imperial Sacred Gate could not, it would be the Moonwatch sect, a mysterious group of people from the far ancient times. Since they changed the ruins, I think their target must be the ruins, Yongya Wuhing said. I have sent a message back to the Imperial Sacred Faction to ask for reinforcements. If necessary, we will ask the Shui, Lord of the North Territory, to help us. We can't lose to the Moonwatch sect in this battle. When Su Yu went back to his resting place, he looked serious. Behind him were the pursuers of the imperial sacred faction. In front of him were the dangers of the ruins. Now, there were mysterious people from the ancient times who used sorcery power. Su Yu had a strong sense of crisis. If he didn't prepare well, he might fail miserably this time. Sitting with his legs crossed, Su Yu took out a jade pendant, which contained the heaven-fighting 3 strokes in the Shangguan mansion. This was the essence of the combat skills of the sky fighting deity in the past. If he could comprehend some magical powers before entering the ice-sealed river bottom, he might be able to save his life on this trip. With a thought, Su Yu's soul sank into the magic art in the jade pendant. Almost at the same time, Yongye Wuhing sat with his legs crossed in the secret room. After a while, he opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. The essence left by the sky-fighting deity is really beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. After 10 years, I have barely learned the first style. After sighing, Yongye Wuhing closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. As soon as Su Yu's soul was immersed in the jade pendant, he found himself in a vast land. The sky was high and deep. Su Yu was a little confused. Is this a world created by magic arts? How could he cultivate in this world? While Su Yu was deep in thought, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing across the ground. Su Yu stared at the shadow, but there was no one there. Rumble! Suddenly the sky roared fiercely. The endless high sky fell down crazily, as if it was collapsing. A strong will of extermination surged from the depths of the sky. The earth was shaking under the collapsing sky. It was about to be destroyed. At this time, a cry of unwillingness spread through thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, roaring in the universe. The heavens are not destroyed, and the sky-fighting deity will not die. The first style, heaven trampling, 3 steps. In a trance, a majestic figure appeared in the place where Su Yu had just glanced at. He was strong and had a dignified face, and his long beard was flying in the air. He looked up at the roaring sky without fear. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. With a long shout, he stepped into the sky. Rumble! The first step is to break the sky. The second step is to fall the sky. The third step is to turn the world upside down. With just 3 steps, the collapsing, falling sky, which was about to destroy the world, was broken into pieces by these 3 steps and scattered to the ground. In this world, there was only the earth and the majestic figure standing on the earth. Su Yu's blood was boiling as if the power immersed in his blood was awakened. Unconsciously, the shadow of the heaven-defying divine warrior appeared behind him. He had black hair and black eyes, looking down on the world and opposing all the injustices of the world. As if he had lost himself, Su Yu kept thinking about the heaven-trampling 3 steps of the majestic figure. The first step is to break the sky. The second step is to fall the sky. The third step is to turn the world upside down. Su Yu was totally immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. Su Yu was awakened by a light sound from the outside world. All of a sudden, the mysterious feeling quickly faded, and Su Yu returned to reality. Su Yu was quite disappointed, as he still had the feeling of stepping on the sky. After taking a breath, Su Yu stood up and walked towards the stone door of the secret room. However, he didn't expect Su Yu's unintentional step would contain the charm of the heaven-trampling 3 steps. The special stone door couldn't be broken by deities. However, it was broken into pieces by Su Yu's unintentional step. A shout came from outside the room. "Get out of the way!" Something went wrong in his secluded cultivation. Su Yu was shocked. He controlled his strength hurriedly and looked outside. Then he realized something was wrong. Outside the secret room, there were many people fighting. Fu Hongqin and the other 4 people, Bai Yunfei and the other 4 people, 5 people from the Imperial Sacred Faction, and 2 strange strong men with extremely powerful auras. At this moment, except for the 2 strong men, the other 14 people were staring at the destroyed secret room and Su Yu, who was in the secret room, in surprise. Just now, When they were outside the secret room, a horrible energy came out from the secret room. Then the door of the secret room, which even deities couldn't break, was destroyed by that energy from the inside out. The remaining energy rushed towards them. If the two strong men didn't solve it in time, most of them would have been seriously injured or even killed by it. Bai Yunfei swallowed hard and said in surprise, "My God! It has only been half a month. What did he cultivate? How could he be so powerful now?" Zhang Xiaoliang also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In his eyes, Suyu was more powerful than a monster. All of them were shocked. Yongya Wuheng's eyes lit up because he was quite familiar with that energy just now. Suyu walked out calmly and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength properly and disturbed you. How long have I been in secluded cultivation?" Yongya Wuheng hid his surprise and said, "Half a month. I tried to wake you up a few days ago. However, you seem to be in a state of deep meditation and I couldn't wake you up. Today we are about to leave, so I decided to use the soul-shocking technique. I hope it didn't affect your important cultivation." As he said this calmly, he stared at Suyu without blinking as if he wanted to see something from Suyu's expression. However, Suyu was surprised. Then he said cleverly, "I didn't expect I would cultivate for so long." In the sky-collapsing space, Suyu felt only a few hours had passed. He didn't expect 15 days had passed in the outside world. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go now." Suyu didn't mention anything about what had happened just now. Yongya Wuheng nodded his head. However, his lips were moving silently. Apparently, he was sending a message. Behind him, the two top-notch experts who had rushed over from the Empire to provide assistance looked at Suyu profoundly and transmitted their voices to him. What a frightening power! He must have released it unintentionally just now. If he had used it intentionally, its power would have been extraordinary. Hearing this, Yongya Wuheng was shocked. These two deities were the guards that the monarch relied on the most. They were peerless powerhouses in the third heaven. Except for Shangguan Feiyu, almost no one in the dynasty could defeat them. It was the first time that Yongya Wuheng heard the words "very terrible" from them. Chapter 1338. They met up and set off to the frozen river. Please search to see the full list. The novel of the day the ice-sealed river miraculously kept the shape of a river in the water. It was frozen for billions of miles all year round. Due to the special cold air, the ice that was formed was also extraordinarily hard. Even a level 3 deity could only dig out a layer of ice that was 100 feet thick in a year. The ice-sealed river was tens of thousands of meters deep. There was no force that could dig to the bottom of the river, let alone the ruins at the bottom of the river. Only once every 100 years would the frozen river bottom be unsealed. Millions of miles of ice would melt, and only after 2 months would the ice begin to solidify again. Within 2 months, the 15 of them would have the opportunity to explore the ruins at the bottom of the river. Of course, based on the current situation, it was likely that the 15 of them would not be the only ones entering. On this day, 15 people and 2 level 3 deities arrived at the frozen river. After waiting for half a day, a scorching flame suddenly erupted from the depths of the frozen river. The tens of thousands of feet thick ice shattered with a loud rumble. Flames rose from the cracks in the ice and soared into the sky, igniting the entire river and extending for billions of miles. The spectacular scene was shocking. The frozen river, which had been frozen for 100 years, finally melted as the rumors said. "Get into the water!" Yongya Wuheng shouted in a low voice and took the lead to jump into the river. Bai Yunfei and the others followed, closely behind. Suyu stood by the riverside and looked at the flames in amazement. He murmured, "Where did these flames come from? And it's so powerful that it can burn the ice-sealed river for billions of miles?" Filled with doubts, Suyu followed them to the bottom of the river. In the depths of the river, one could clearly see ancient ruins sealed in ice, but they had lost their exploration value. Only an extremely large heaven stairway stood perfectly intact in the world of the river. The heaven stairway was filled with the aura of time, as if it had experienced hundreds of millions of years. There were many cracks on it, as if it was about to be destroyed. Su-yu knew that the stairway to heaven was the entrance to the ruins. The number of steps one took on the stairway to heaven represented how deep one would be teleported into the ruins. If the Imperial Sacred Sect wanted to enter the sacred region, which was the deepest part of the historical remains, they had to walk to the top of the stairs. Then, they would be teleported to the sacred region. Su-yu and the others wanted to enter the Devil area, which was the central region of the ruins, so they just had to walk to the middle of the stairs. As for Fu Hongchen and the others, they only needed to take 2 steps to be teleported to the outermost mortal realm. The 5 people from the Imperial Sacred Sect were the first to step on the stairs. Very quickly, they reached the end of the stairs. After standing there for a few breaths of time, they silently disappeared at the end of the stairs. Bai Yunfei said fawningly, "Big brother Su, you first." Wait. However, Fu Hongchen stopped him. Bai Yunfei raised his eyebrows and said, "Fu Hongchen, do you still want to make trouble now? The Imperial Sacred Faction won't let you off if you ruin the expedition." Fu Hongchen didn't look at him. Instead, he stared at Su-yu and said, "I want to challenge you again." Su-yu turned to look at him and nodded calmly. "Sure." Turning around, Su-yu said to him, "You can make the first move. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Fu Hongchen didn't show any arrogance on his face. His clothes were torn into pieces by his strong body, revealing his ferocious and powerful physique. With a stomp of his feet, he transformed into a wisp of afterimages that caused others to be completely unable to discern where he was. Bai Yunfei's eyes narrowed. "How fast? He is obviously much faster than the last time we fought." Boom! All of a sudden, an extremely ferocious fist energy pierced through the air. Bai Yunfei, Zhang Xiaoliang, and the others were shocked by it. Oh no, this is a punch that is almost as powerful as a deity's punch. His body must have been modified during this period of time. They wanted to help Fu Hongchen, but it was too late. Fu Hongchen's fierce and horrible punch was only 3 feet away from Su-yu. However, when they were shouting in surprise, Su-yu put down one of his hands and clenched his fists, which were covered with a layer of black scales. Then his fists collided with Fu Hongchen's punch accurately and rapidly in the air. Crack! A sound similar to the sound of bamboo breaking could be heard in the air. Someone's bones were broken. Thud, thud, thud. As a figure kept stepping back, everyone in this area couldn't help but gasp in fear. The one who was stepping back was Fu Hongchen. However, Su-yu just stood there motionlessly. Then he withdrew his fist, which was covered with black scales, as if nothing had happened. Fu Hongchen's right arm was covered with blood, and a large part of his arm bones were broken. Streaks of blood kept dripping down from the corners of Fu Hongchen's mouth. Bai Yunfei couldn't say a word, as if something was stuck in his throat. When Su-yu defeated Xue Qingqian, Bai Yunfei thought Su-yu relied on the power of his magic treasure. However, Fu Hongchen's punch was absolutely more powerful than Xue Qingqian's most powerful punch. Su-yu caught Xue Qingqian's punch and injured him. Only a real deity could do that. Fu Hongchen wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth and said seriously, "As I expected, you have been hiding your strength. It was not a fluke that you defeated me last time." Since he saw Su-yu accidentally destroyed the door of the secret room, which even deities couldn't break, Fu Hongchen knew he was no match for Su-yu at all. Now that they had arrived at the ice-sealed river bottom, Su-yu didn't need to worry about showing his strength anymore. "Winner takes all. You can do whatever you want to us. I admit defeat." Fu Hongchen was mentally prepared for this. If Su-yu killed them here, the Imperial Sacred Faction wouldn't punish them as long as the information was not leaked out. "Let's go. Just don't disturb me." Su Yu said calmly as he turned around and walked up the stairs. Bai Yunfei and the others looked at each other and felt it was a pity to miss such a great opportunity. Fu Hongqin was stunned by Su Yu's words. Thinking of his aggressive behavior and Su Yu's disregard, Fu Hongqin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Maybe Su Yu always regarded him as an ant and didn't care about him. After thinking for a while, Fu Hongqin said, "Wait, let me tell you a piece of news." Su Yu stopped and looked back at him. Xue Xiaoman, the eldest daughter of the Xue, Lord of the North Territory, will also come to the ice-sealed river bottom. Her target is the Myriad Bone Mountain. Su Yu said, "So what?" Fu Hongqin said, "Xue Xiaoman is Xue Qingqin's elder sister. She loves him very much. If she meets you, she will never let you go. You have to be careful. She is very powerful and is known as the most powerful young cultivator in the North Territory. She can even exchange 100 blows with Yongya Wuheng. She is very dangerous." Feather nodded his head calmly. "Then just kill her." After saying that, Su Yu disappeared from the stairs, leaving Fu Hongqin and the others who were dumbfounded. "He is really arrogant. I guess he doesn't know who Xue Xiaoman is." Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. Fu Hongqin was also stunned by Su Yu's words. Then he said with a sense of frustration, "This is the difference between us and him." On the same day, many unidentified experts arrived at the bank of the ice-sealed river one after another. They found the stairs accurately and entered the depths of the ice-sealed river. When Su Yu appeared again, he was in a spacious world where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Su Yu was cheered up. He had been in the water for 1 year. Now he was excited to see the land. It's amazing. The inside of the ruins is still in its original form, even though it has been submerged for billions of years. Su Yu murmured. Then he found he was not in the same place as Bai Yunfei and the others. They had been teleported to different areas. Su Yu found he was near a gloomy and dark palace ruins. As he glanced at the ruins, Su Yu's heart started to beat fast. A sense of danger rose in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu retreated immediately without thinking. Crack! Just as he was about to leave, a long tongue that had teleported swept out from a dark and gloomy hall and swept away the place where Su Yu had just been standing. The tongue was covered with a corrosive liquid, which corroded the space in this place. White smoke rose from it. Even though Su Yu was thousands of feet away, he still felt his skin was stinging as if it was about to be burned. Su Yu was scared. Then he activated his soul eyes to see through the ruins and entered the dark palace. There was an enormous toad lying in the middle of the hall. Its body was covered with deadly poisonous liquid. It was staring at Su Yu coldly with a pair of dark green eyes. The demonic energy it was emitting was quite terrifying. A demonic beast at the same level as the Dakini. Su Yu was surprised. According to the classification system of the ancient god realm, deities were divided into 3 levels and 9 levels. It was said that deities could break through the shackles of the world. When a deity became a deity, he would be shackled by level 6. Every time a deity got rid of a shackle, his strength would be improved by 1 level. Ordinary deities were divided into level 6 deities. Deities at the level of tribe leaders were divided into level 5 deities. Deities like the Dakini and Alliance Master Luo were divided into level 4 deities. Powerful deities like the 6th princess were divided into level 3 deities. Deities like the 1st prince were divided into level 2 deities. As for the level 1 deities, Su Yu had only met the demonic god of 6 paths. The toad in front of him was a level 4 deity, which was much more powerful than the tribe leaders. Su Yu was shocked. He left immediately and memorized this water area. How unlucky I am. I accidentally teleported to the mouth of a level 4 demonic beast. Su Yu murmured. Then he sensed the direction of the Myriad Bone Mountain and rushed towards it. The Myriad Bone Mountain was located in the center of the Devil Realm. It was one of the few places that had not been fully excavated. Since ancient times, It had been the focus of the Empire's excavation. Unfortunately, due to the restriction of conditions, only non-deities could enter the Devil Realm. Therefore, a large part of it had not been excavated. After traveling for several days, Su Yu saw a barren mountain, which was millions of feet high, standing on the horizon. The afterglow of the barren mountain was covered in a layer of blood-red halo, giving off a strange, evil feeling that made people shudder. Inside the barren mountain, there was a strange energy that blocked the sky nearby. Therefore, people could only climb the mountain on foot. According to Su Yu's perception, Bai Yunfei and the others had arrived here earlier than him. With a thought, Su Yu immediately rushed over. This mountain was very large, and there were many paths to climb it. When Su Yu passed by a path, he found traces of someone who had passed by this path. Someone had arrived here earlier than him. As expected, the abnormal change of the ice-sealed river bottom had been noticed by some people. Su Yu flew to the path where Bai Yunfei and the others were, and started to climb along the path quickly. As soon as he stepped on the mountain, Su Yu felt an amazing pressure on his body. He could walk as fast as flying, but now he was climbing the mountain step by step like an ordinary person. Su Yu sensed it carefully and found the pressure came from inside the mountain, which was leaking out bit by bit. There is something weird in this mountain. Su Yu's eyes lit up as he started to climb along the path. Along the way, he saw many strange and ferocious creatures who had been killed. However, as he continued to climb, Su Yu also found the blood left by them. Some of them were injured, and their injuries were not light. After climbing for another 2 hours, a shriveled corpse, whose flesh and blood had been sucked out, was lying on the ground quietly. Chapter 1339. Judging from the time of death, it should have been 4 hours ago. Judging from the traces of fighting nearby, Bai Yunfei and his 3 companions fought back, but one of them was killed. The other 3 escaped. They had encountered an unknown danger. There was a finger-thick hole on the neck of the corpse. Combined with the fact that the flesh and blood had been sucked dry, it should be the work of a demonic beast. 2 hours later, Su Yu found another corpse on the mountain road. It was also a descendant of a military officer. His flesh and blood had also been sucked dry, becoming a dry corpse. Su Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and quickened his pace. Another 2 hours later, Su Yu was almost halfway up the mountain. A fierce, clanging sound came from afar. Someone was there. Su Yu flew up and glanced around. He found that Bai Yunfei and Zhang Xiaoliang were not the only ones on the mountainside. There were 3 men and a woman in black robes, 2 men and 1 woman, who exuded the aura of a level 6 deity. The woman's face was pale, and her neck was bleeding profusely. She was very weak. Since the restrictions were lifted, deities could also come to the Myriad Bone Mountain. However, even the 3 deities were not much different from Bai Yunfei and his companions. They all looked solemn as they faced a strange demonic beast surrounded by them. At first glance, it looked like a giant bird, but its golden beak was as long as a spear. It was extremely ferocious. The edge of its beak was stained with golden divine blood, which came from the injured woman. The giant bird with a sharp beak sneered as it looked around at the 5 people present. It was very fierce and harsh. Bai Yunfei and Zhang Xiaoliang's eyes were filled with fear. When they encountered this monster on the road, they turned tail and fled. Along the way, 2 of their companions were killed, and when they finally reached the waist of the mountain, they encountered 3 gods of unknown origins. This giant bird and the deities fought immediately, so they had a chance to survive. Brother Yunfei, if we had known this earlier, we would have waited for Brother Su patiently for a few more days. 2 of our companions were killed, and we were also in trouble, Zhang Xiaoliang complained. The place they were teleported to was very close to the Myriad Bone Mountain. It was only 4 to 6 hours' journey. After waiting for a day, they didn't see Su Yu. When they found other mysterious people started to climb the mountain, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Not long after they climbed the mountain, they encountered an extremely terrible demonic beast. This demonic beast had appeared 3 times in the historical records. It was called Ghost Bat, and it was said to be the messenger of the 9-headed demon saint. It rarely appeared. According to the records, all those who encountered this demonic beast would be annihilated without exception. According to the records, all those who encountered this demonic beast would be annihilated. Bai Yunfei felt remorseful as well, but when he looked to the dying woman, he spoke. Even if Brother Su were here, he might not be a match for this beast. However, when he moved of the 2 deities and the ghost bat, a black-robed man who seemed to be of the leader of the demonic beast shouted, "Of." However, when they moved of the bat, the ghost by of the leader, a Yunfei people. Of the 3, Ghost Yunfei of the demons, of demon of the of. How could Bai Yunfei not understand this? But he also knew that the 3 of them were using the 2 of them as bait to divert the ghost bat's attention so that they could attack them. Suddenly, the ghost bat moved. As it flapped its huge black wings, a gust of wind was generated. Then it disappeared on the spot. The next moment, it reappeared behind a deity in a black robe. Then it grabbed the deity's shoulders with its sharp claws. Then its ferocious beak pierced into the deity's neck as fast as lightning. "Watch out!" The leading deity shouted angrily. As he attacked the deity crazily, he said, "Defend yourselves!" The deity, who was grabbed by the beak, turned pale with fright. Then he hurriedly took out an animal skin which was covered with weird patterns. Its defensive power was not weaker than Xue Qingqin's imitation Emperor-based saint artifact. At the same time, strands of gray energy gushed out from the deity's body and turned into a complicated rune to block the beak. Puff! The sharp beak was extremely sharp, and it pierced through the beast's skin in an instant. There was not the slightest bit of resistance. Then, the beak pierced into the gray rune like a lightning. After a few seconds, the rune was broken. But it was also these few breaths of time that saved his life. At this time, the leading deity rushed over and shouted, "Mind-confusing curse!" As he pointed his finger at the sky, the gray fog around his fingertip disappeared into the void and formed invisible ripples. The ripples swept over the ghost bat. The greedy ghost bat was distracted. Its body shook, and its beak stopped piercing into the deity's body for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, the deity who was grabbed by the ghost bat shouted. Then he shook his body and got rid of the sharp claws of the ghost bat. However, a large piece of his flesh was torn off. Chirp! Seeing that its prey had escaped, the ferocious ghost bat turned around and tried to grab the female deity, who was seriously injured. Even in her heyday, she had failed to defend herself against this beast, let alone now, when she was seriously injured. "How dare you!" the leading deity shouted. Then the gray fog around him surged up. "Great compassion mantra of ghosts!" In an instant, the ear-piercing cries of ghosts resounded throughout the world. The ghost bat who was flying in the sky was disturbed. Then it showed up. Seizing this opportunity, the female deity rushed to the side of her partner. Having failed to catch the female deity again, the ghost bat became more ferocious. It turned around and kept roaring at the 3 deities. The faces of the 3 deities were pale. Except for the leader, who was only a little bit weak, the others were all injured. "Let's go. We're no match for it. Let's go down the mountain and ask for reinforcements." The leading deity made a prompt decision. The ghost bat understood what they meant. It circled around and flew toward them again. The expressions of the 3 deities changed slightly. The deity who had been grabbed by the ghost bat sucked Zheng Xiaoliang into his body and threw him backward. Chi! A pair of sharp claws pierced through Zheng Xiaoliang's body as if they were cutting through a piece of paper. The ghost bat showed up and stabbed at Zheng Xiaoliang with its ferocious beak without hesitation. Only by doing this could the 3 deities have enough time to escape. Bai Yunfei's expression changed abruptly. He was shocked and angry, but he didn't dare to rescue Zheng Xiaoliang. "Humph! Please sacrifice yourself later. A sinister glint flashed in the eyes of the deity who had been captured. He pulled Bai Yunfei over to him and held him in his palm. If the ghost bat caught up with them, he would throw Bai Yunfei out to buy them some time. However, right at this moment, the leader seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed abruptly. Chongshan, watch out! Chongshan was trying to catch Bai Yunfei. When he heard the leader's warning, he sensed danger. He saw a golden shadow dashing toward him across the void. The destructive power of the golden afterimage shocked Chongshan, who was a god. He sensed danger in his chest, as if death was coming. Puff! The golden shadow didn't give him any time to react. It pierced through his hand from his palm to his arm, and then came out from his shoulder blade. The powerful force knocked Chongshan away and sent him flying toward the ghost bat. Oh no! The leading deity and the female deity changed their expressions at the same time. They could see the ghost bat's beak piercing through Chongshan. Puff! With a dull sound, as if something had been pierced through, the leading deity and the female deity felt a chill all over their bodies. However, when they looked back, they froze on the spot as if they had seen a ghost. The 10-meter-long beak of the ghost bat was pierced through by a golden shadow. The golden shadow pierced through its beak and then came out of its body, leaving a trail of golden, divine blood behind. The powerful force destroyed the ghost bat's body. The ghost bat screamed miserably. It dropped Jing Xiaoliang and fell to the ground, screaming and rolling on the ground. When it swept its wings, it destroyed a mountain, creating a deafening sound. Gradually, the struggling of the ghost bat became weaker and weaker. Then it stopped moving and stopped looking at the broken lines. The three deities in black robes were shocked. They looked at the dead body of the ghost bat and then at the broken lines. Their expressions changed dramatically. Bai Yunfei ran over to help Zheng Xiaoliang up. Feeding him a healing pill, Bai Yunfei turned to the source of the thread and bowed to Zheng Xiaoliang. Thank you for saving us, Senior. Please accept a bow from the two of us. However, a force helped them up. At the same time, they heard a voice that shocked and delighted them. Fortunately, I arrived in time. You too are fine. A figure in white suddenly appeared in front of them like a ghost and helped them up. Looking at the white figure in front of them, they burst into tears of joy. Bai Yunfei said guiltily, Brother Su, it was my fault. I was too impatient and hurt my two brothers. If I had waited for you, the result would have been different. Su Yu said, we didn't agree to go up the mountain together. You don't have to blame yourself. Hearing that, Bai Yunfei shed tears of gratitude. His heart was full of longing. Zhang Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. He said in surprise, Brother Su, how strong are you? Even the ghost bat was killed by an arrow. I will follow you from now on. I will do anything for you. Su Yu smiled. It was nothing. Don't mention it. You too step back. As he said that, he looked at the three deities on the other side of the river and said seriously, Are you from the Moonwatch sect? The gray fog and the strange spell that was cast just now did not seem to belong to an ordinary person. Hearing that, Bai Yunfei and Zhang Xiaoliang also came to their senses. They were full of hostility. Brother Su, what they cast just now was sorcery. They are definitely from the Moonwatch sect. The three deities were also looking at Su Yu. They thought he was a powerful deity, but they didn't expect he was just a stage for mortal fairy. They were shocked and relieved. They guessed that it was some kind of powerful magic weapon just now. The deity whose arm was severely injured said coldly, Sir, you have hurt my arm. Do you want to give me an explanation? Explanation? Su Yu sneered. You should be glad that the target of the arrow was the ghost bat. You just taught it a lesson. If you want to die, I will help you now. Hearing that, the deity couldn't help but sneer. It seems you don't understand how horrible the Moonwatch sect is. If you attacked me secretly, I might be afraid of you. However, now that you have shown yourself, humph, do you think I will let you go safely? Chapter 1340. Huh, huh, Suyu said with a cold smile. He didn't plan to fight with them because Bai Yunfei and his companions weren't worth his effort. However, it seemed the arrow was not enough to teach them a lesson. Strands of killing intent rose in Suyu's eyes. Killing intent? You overestimate yourself. The deity sneered as he shook his arm. Then, his destroyed arm was healed immediately. Chongshan, stop! The leading deity shouted at Suyu calmly. He looked Suyu up and down coldly. Then he said solemnly, "Young man, I will give you a chance to follow us deities." A chance? Suyu said with a faint smile. He could kill a level 6 deity easily, but this young man dared to talk about following him. The leading deity didn't like Suyu's attitude. With his hands behind his back, he scolded Suyu in a condescending tone. "You should show some respect to those who control your life." After saying that, he said, "The chance I will give you is to follow us with that treasure." "What if I say no?" Suyu said with a faint smile. The leading deity said calmly, "Then we will take over that treasure. Our sorcery strength might not be able to control the treasures of the aliens. However, it won't be a problem for us to control the treasure of an alien." "Fine. Why don't you tell me what I can get from following you?" Suyu said calmly. The leading deity said with a smile, "Young man, I don't need to tell you the benefits of following a deity. We can guide you in your cultivation and help you reach the prospective deity realm as soon as possible. This is a great opportunity that ordinary people can't even dream of. Now, you are so lucky, but you don't know how lucky you are." "Huh, huh, huh," Suyu said with a smile. "Are you sure this is a blessing? You are not using me as a cannon fodder? This companion of yours has used his actions to illustrate your style." The leading deity said calmly, "Of course, we should deal with trash in the same way. However, the Moonwatch sect is very tolerant of talented people. What do you think? Do you want to follow us?" The leading deity asked calmly. Chongshan was a little discontented. "Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Just kill him." Suyu laughed. "I know a way to obtain everything you have without having to follow you." The leading deity frowned. "Tell me about it." "I will kill all of you," Suyu said lightly. Hearing this, the chief deity and Chongshan's faces darkened. Chongshan said fiercely, "I told you, this kind of ungrateful thing won't know pain without being taught a bloody lesson." As he spoke, Chongshan turned into a beam of light and flew toward Suyu. This time, the leading deity snorted coldly and didn't try to stop him anymore. He shouted, "Keep his soul alive. If the magic treasure needs magic arts to be activated, we'll force him to hand over the magic arts." "All right." Chongshan sneered as he approached Suyu in an instant. "Little brat, my arm is not that easy to injure." Bang! However, as soon as he finished speaking, an enormous black shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes, and he could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon resounding by his ears. In the next moment, a bone-piercing pain came from his entire body. Along with a dull sound, Chongshan screamed miserably. Then his body exploded into countless pieces, leaving only his soul. Then a huge, pitch-black dragon claw suddenly slammed down and grabbed his soul tightly. Everything happened in a split second. Chongshan didn't even realize what had happened. When he raised his head, he saw a ferocious dragon head was right in front of him. Ah! Chongshan only had time to scream in terror before he was crushed by the dragon's claw. The chief deity and the goddess were petrified when they saw this scene. In their eyes, Suyu turned into a long black dragon and smashed Chongshan into pieces with one claw. A dignified deity was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. How could it be the world annihilation dragon? The chief deity and the goddess couldn't believe the black dragon in front of them. Suyu returned to his human form. Then he shook off the divine blood on his palm and said calmly, "Not only your arm is not injured, but your life is also so easy to be killed." Then Suyu turned around and looked at the other two deities. Being stared at by Suyu, the two deities couldn't help but shiver in fear. Beads of cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. "Do you still want my treasure?" Suyu smiled coldly. Hearing this, the two deities turned pale with fear in their eyes. The chief deity said in a trembling voice, This was Chongshan's idea. It was his idea to capture your companions. It had nothing to do with me." "But you didn't stop him." Suyu's smile became colder and colder, and his killing intent became more and more intense. The chief deity clenched his teeth and said, cupping his fists, "Please forgive me for offending you just now. Why don't you let me go? Then I won't report this to the Moonwatch sect." Suyu squinted his eyes and said, "Are you threatening me?" "It's just an exchange of interests. I believe you should know how horrible the Moonwatch sect is. To be honest, the Moonwatch sect has set up a tight encirclement in this place. If you report this to the Moonwatch sect, it will be extremely difficult for you to leave this place alive." As soon as the chief deity finished his words, Suyu turned into a black dragon again and dashed towards him coldly. The chief deity was totally shocked. "How dare you, Bang!" The giant dragon turned into a shadow and pierced through the chief deity, setting off a bloody wind and a rain of blood. This time, even his soul was killed. Suyu's cold face was revealed when the shadow of the dragon returned to his real body. "I told you I hate being threatened." After saying that, he stared at the female deity coldly. The female deity was so scared that she screamed and knelt down to beg for mercy hurriedly. "My lord, please spare my life. I don't want to die. Please let me go." "Let you go?" Suyu said coldly after thinking for a while. "That's not impossible. Okay, I am willing to do anything for you." The female deity said hurriedly. Suyu said, "Let me ask you a few questions. First, what are you doing here?" The female deity hesitated a bit and said, "The three of us were assigned to the Myriad Bone Mountain to fight for the remains of the deities." "How many of you are here? How powerful are you?" The female deity said, "In addition to us, there are 10 other people who are all at the deity realm. Their strength is almost the same as ours. Only the Grand Wizard is a level 5 deity." The Grand Wizard, a level 5 deity, was a tribe leader. Suyu frowned slightly. The Moonwatch sect was really full of powerful experts. They even sent a tribe leader to deal with the Myriad Bone Mountain. "Who did you send to the Saint Realm?" Suyu asked. The female deity hesitated for a while and said, "The little Saint Lady." The Saint Lady of the demonic cult also came here. According to Yongya Wuheng, he was not a match for the little Saint Lady at all and was almost killed by her. Yongya Wuheng was at least as powerful as a tribe leader. This little Saint Lady was extremely powerful. She was at least a level 4 deity. "Okay, one last question." So you said. The female deity's eyes lit up. "Go ahead."